Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep. So before we start, I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. Case 1. In the summer of 2014, in the sun-drenched streets of Los Angeles, California, the city was buzzing with its usual energy. The ever-present hum of traffic, the street performers, and the constant clash of dreams and realities echoed throughout the city. But beneath the shimmering surface of palm trees and Hollywood lights, a storm was brewing, one that would shake the city to its core. This is the story of Emily Wilson, a woman whose actions would carve a dark chapter into California's criminal history. Emily had always been a bit of an enigma. To the outside world, she appeared as an ordinary woman in her late 20s, a product of the city's fast-paced lifestyle. She had a charming smile, long brown hair, and eyes that sparkled with a mixture of ambition and something darker, something that she had learned to hide behind layers of makeup and expensive clothing. But behind the facade, Emily was hiding a secret. She was deeply involved in a criminal underground, a world that few could even imagine, let alone understand. Her story wasn't one of desperation or poverty. Emily was far from being a victim of circumstance. She was driven by a sense of entitlement and an insatiable hunger for power. Raised in a middle-class family in a quiet suburb outside of LA, she had always been told she could achieve anything. However, unlike most people who chase dreams through hard work or perseverance, Emily sought shortcuts, ways to climb the ladder without looking back. And that's where she found herself, entangled in the darkest parts of the city. Her involvement in crime began innocuously enough. A few bad decisions, small acts of dishonesty that seemed harmless at the time, eventually led to a much more dangerous path. Emily became acquainted with a group of individuals who operated in the shadows of the legal world. They were known for laundering money through high-end luxury goods, running fake investment schemes, and forging official documents. Emily saw this as the ultimate opportunity, a chance to not only gain wealth, but to control and manipulate the very system she had once been told would guarantee her success. By 2014, Emily had fully immersed herself in the criminal underworld. She had crafted a new identity for herself, one that allowed her to seamlessly blend into the world of the elite while secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes. It wasn't long before she became a trusted figure in the operation. She was given access to sensitive information, had a network of corrupt officials at her disposal, and was trusted with handling large sums of illicit money. Emily became the perfect embodiment of ambition twisted by greed. But as with all dangerous games, the risks started to rise. The more she delved into her criminal activities, the more she pushed the limits of what she could get away with. One of her most lucrative operations involved a complex scheme of credit card fraud. Emily and her associates had managed to hack into the financial systems of several major banks, stealing millions of dollars worth of personal data. Using this data, they created fake identities and applied for credit cards under false names. They would then max out these cards before disappearing without a trace, leaving the banks with the bill. For months, the authorities were left clueless. The credit card companies were being flooded with fraudulent transactions, but the culprits were elusive. Emily, knowing the ins and outs of the system, took extreme caution to cover her tracks, making sure no evidence ever linked back to her. However, as the operation grew, so did the risk. Emily began to get cocky, overconfident in her ability to evade capture. She was now laundering money through casinos and luxury car dealerships, making herself an untouchable force in the criminal world. But with her newfound power came an equally dangerous obsession with control. Emily's ambition began to overtake her judgment. She started making enemies, threatening people who got too close to exposing her operation. She became paranoid, seeing danger in every shadow, but her arrogance kept her moving forward. She had already gotten away with so much, and she believed she could continue to do so without consequence. The turning point came when one of Emily's former associates, someone she had once trusted, grew tired of living in the shadows. This individual, a hacker named Alex, had been one of the key players in the credit card fraud scheme. As the weight of their crimes started to bear down on him, Alex became reckless. He began talking, leaving traces of information behind that would eventually lead investigators straight to Emily. It was a small slip-up, an encrypted email sent from a burner phone, but it was enough for the authorities to catch wind of her operation. Law enforcement had been tracking the money trail for months, but Emily had always been one step ahead. However, with Alex's betrayal, the pieces of the puzzle finally started to fall into place. The FBI began to close in, assembling a team to track her movements and monitor her activities. It wasn't long before they were able to trace her back to the luxurious apartment she had been living in, a place she thought was impenetrable to the law. Emily's life, which she had so carefully constructed, began to unravel at an alarming speed. Once the FBI got a warrant, they raided her apartment, finding documents that linked her to multiple criminal enterprises across the state. The evidence was overwhelming, and Emily, despite her usual ability to manipulate and evade, had nowhere to run. The same sense of control that had once made her untouchable was now her downfall. As the sun set on the evening of her arrest, Emily sat quietly in the back of a police car, staring out at the bustling city she had once ruled from the shadows. The lights of Los Angeles glimmered in the distance, but for Emily Wilson, that world was gone. The woman who had once been the mastermind behind an elaborate network of fraud and deception was now just another criminal behind bars. And her story, though twisted and dark, was only just beginning to unfold. The investigation into her criminal activities would continue for years, with Emily's trial capturing the attention of the nation. The complex web of crimes she had woven, the lies she had told, and the people she had manipulated were all laid bare for the world to see. But even as she faced the consequences of her actions, one thing was clear. Emily Wilson's descent into crime had been a calculated and chilling journey, one that would leave its mark on California for years to come. The trial of Emily Wilson became a spectacle that captivated not only the local community, but the entire nation. It was as if the very fabric of California's gleaming, glamorous society had been torn open, exposing a hidden underbelly of deception, corruption, and greed. With each passing day in the courtroom, more was revealed about the extent of Emily's criminal activities. The prosecution painted her as a master manipulator, a woman whose ambitions had led her down a path of destruction. In the weeks following her arrest, Emily's defense attorneys worked tirelessly to construct a narrative that would allow her to escape the full consequences of her actions. They painted her as a victim of circumstance, someone who had been caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, driven by ambition but never truly understanding the consequences of her decisions. They tried to argue that Emily had been coerced into her criminal activities by the powerful individuals she had associated with, claiming she was just a pawn in a much larger game. But the prosecution wasn't buying it. They had already collected a mountain of evidence that painted a much darker picture. The fraudulent transactions, the stolen identities, the offshore accounts, and the money that had been funneled through Emily's hands were irrefutable. Even more damning were the testimonies from former associates, like Alex, who had turned state's witness in exchange for a reduced sentence. He described in graphic detail how Emily had masterminded the entire credit card fraud operation, how she had manipulated her associates, and how she had never shown even the slightest remorse for her actions. Alex's testimony was perhaps the most damaging of all. His words were precise, methodical, and he knew exactly how to dismantle Emily's carefully constructed facade. For the first time, the world saw Emily not as a clever businesswoman, but as a cold and calculating criminal. The prosecution also presented evidence that linked her to other illegal operations, including the laundering of money through high-end car dealerships and luxury goods sales. Emily had used her charm and beauty to gain the trust of wealthy individuals who unknowingly became part of her criminal empire. She had even gone so far as to forge documents and identities to secure loans and credit lines for herself, siphoning off millions of dollars in the process. One of the most shocking pieces of evidence came from a series of wiretap conversations between Emily and one of her closest associates, a man named Christopher Reynolds. Christopher had been involved in the money laundering operation and had helped Emily secure fake loans and investments. The tapes revealed Emily's complete disregard for the law, her ruthlessness, and her willingness to exploit anyone in her path. In one conversation, Emily was heard laughing as she discussed how easily she had manipulated the banking system. "We're untouchable, Chris," Emily's voice rang out over the wiretap. "We've got them all wrapped around our little fingers. They'll never catch us." It was chilling. Emily's arrogance had reached new heights, and the tapes showcased just how deeply embedded she was in her web of lies. She wasn't just a criminal. She was a woman who believed she was invincible, someone who thought the rules didn't apply to her. The defense, however, clung to the notion that Emily had been coerced into the criminal activities by the men she had worked with, that she had been manipulated into doing things she never would have done on her own. But the jury wasn't buying it. The overwhelming evidence stacked against her, combined with the testimonies from her former associates, painted a much darker portrait of the woman sitting in the defendant's chair. As the trial dragged on, the media turned their focus to Emily herself. The public was fascinated by her story, and the press followed her every move. They began to dissect her life before the arrest, looking for clues that might explain how someone so seemingly ordinary had become embroiled in such a dangerous and elaborate criminal enterprise. Journalists dug into her past, uncovering a trail of lies and deceit stretching back years. Emily's upbringing, which had once seemed so innocent, now appeared in a different light. She had been raised in a suburban neighborhood where success was valued above all else. Her parents, well-meaning but overly ambitious, had pushed her to excel in everything she did. From an early age, Emily had been taught that the world was a place where only the strong survived. And as she got older, she began to see that the rules didn't necessarily apply to those with the right connections. She learned how to manipulate situations, how to bend the truth, and how to charm her way into the circles of the wealthy and powerful. Her rise to the top was swift and calculated. She had a knack for identifying weaknesses in others, exploiting their vulnerabilities to her advantage. She ingratiated herself with those who could help her climb the social ladder, using their influence to further her own ambitions. But as her power grew, so did her appetite for more. What started as small-time cons and dishonest dealings soon escalated into larger and more dangerous operations. Emily had become addicted to the thrill of outsmarting the system, to the rush of knowing that she was untouchable. As the trial reached its final stages, the prosecution made their closing arguments. They painted a vivid picture of Emily as a woman who had lived her life in a constant state of manipulation and deception. She had betrayed those closest to her, destroyed countless lives, and stolen millions of dollars from innocent people. They argued that her actions had not been the result of bad decisions or unfortunate circumstances. They had been deliberate, calculated, and cold-blooded. And then it was Emily's turn. The once confident, charismatic woman who had strutted into the courtroom at the start of the trial now sat with her head bowed. Her defense team tried their best to rally, but the cracks in their case were evident. Emily spoke in a soft, almost inaudible voice as she took the stand, apologizing for the pain she had caused and pleading for leniency. She claimed that she had been caught up in a whirlwind of greed and ambition, but she was no longer the person she had been. Her words were carefully crafted, but they lacked the conviction they once had. To the jury, it was too little too late. They had already seen who Emily really was. A woman who had used her charm and intelligence to manipulate and deceive. A woman who had let her desire for power consume her. Her apology felt hollow, as if she were more concerned about the consequences of her actions than the damage she had done to others. After a brief deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. Emily Wilson was found guilty on all charges: fraud, money laundering, identity theft, conspiracy, and more. The courtroom erupted in whispers and murmurs as the verdict was read. Emily's face remained expressionless, but deep down, she knew the consequences of her actions would soon catch up with her. In the weeks that followed, Emily's sentencing was held. The courtroom was filled with her victims, people who had lost their savings, their livelihoods, and their sense of trust because of Emily's actions. They sat in silence, watching as the judge delivered the sentence. 25 years in federal prison, with no possibility of parole. It was the maximum sentence, a reflection of the severity of her crimes. Emily was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs, her head held high, but the once confident woman who had evaded capture for so long was now just another criminal. Her name would forever be associated with one of the largest and most elaborate fraud schemes in California's history. As she was escorted to prison, Emily reflected on her journey. The choices she had made, the people she had hurt, and the power she had once craved. She had been consumed by her own ambition, and in the end, it had destroyed her. The woman who had once ruled the shadows now had no choice but to face the consequences of her actions. The case of Emily Wilson became a cautionary tale, a reminder that no one is invincible, and no matter how clever or charismatic one might be, the truth has a way of catching up with you. The city of Los Angeles, with all its glitter and glamour, had seen a darker side, one that would never be forgotten. As Emily's final moments in court were etched into the public's memory, her trial began to fade into the backdrop of everyday life. Yet, the ripple effects of her actions stretched far beyond the confines of that courtroom. The once celebrated figure in Los Angeles's high society circles was now reduced to a cautionary tale, a symbol of how the pursuit of wealth and status can consume even the most seemingly well-adjusted individual. Prison life, however, was a stark contrast to the luxurious world Emily had once inhabited. For the first time in years, Emily found herself without the comforting distractions of money, power, and adoration. The life she had carefully constructed had crumbled, and in its place stood a stark reality. A prison sentence that would stretch over 2 decades. It was a punishment that not only stripped away her freedom, but her identity as well. She was no longer Emily Wilson, the polished socialite. She was now just another inmate in a federal penitentiary. The transition into prison life wasn't easy for Emily. In the months following her incarceration, she struggled to adapt to the harsh, unyielding environment. Prison wasn't like the world she had once known. Gone were the parties, the luxury cars, the expensive dinners. There was no longer anyone to charm or manipulate, no glittering circle of people to impress. For someone like Emily, who had built her life on the art of persuasion, this was a cruel punishment. She was forced to confront the very core of who she was, the woman who had relied on her beauty and wit to navigate the world. Only now, those tools were useless. In a world ruled by rules, discipline, and routine, her charms meant nothing. She was assigned to a medium security facility in Northern California, where her name carried weight, not for the reasons she would have liked, but because of the crime she had committed. Emily quickly became aware of the whispers that followed her wherever she went. Her case had been heavily publicized, and her status as a high-profile criminal made her a subject of interest among the other inmates. Some were curious, while others were resentful, but none of them had the same privileges she once enjoyed. There would be no special treatment for Emily. She had entered the system as just another number, and in the harsh reality of prison life, that was exactly how she would be treated. In the beginning, Emily tried to maintain a semblance of control. She would dress carefully in the standard-issued prison uniform, ensuring that her appearance was as neat and tidy as possible, hoping that it would help her retain some of her former dignity. She often found herself thinking back to her days in the city, the people she had known, and the luxurious life she had once taken for granted. She thought of the world she had lost, the glamorous parties, the adoring fans, and the high-powered business meetings. It felt like a distant dream now, something that had never truly been hers to begin with. In prison, those dreams were meaningless. But Emily wasn't one to give up easily. Even in the grim reality of her new life, she couldn't help but draw on the same resilience that had helped her claw her way to the top in the first place. She started to make connections with other inmates, carefully selecting those who could offer her protection, influence, or the resources she needed to survive in the harsh environment. She quickly learned that survival in prison wasn't just about physical strength. It was about alliances, loyalty, and the ability to read people. Emily had always been a master of understanding human behavior, and in prison, those skills became essential. Her ability to charm and manipulate still existed, but now, instead of gaining favors from wealthy businessmen, she was seeking protection from the hardened criminals around her. She used her intelligence to stay one step ahead, but there was no denying the fact that she had lost everything. Her days were spent doing the monotonous work that was assigned to her, cleaning, cooking, and serving in the prison's cafeteria, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was slowly becoming a different person. The woman who had once run in the circles of Los Angeles' elite was now forced to scrape by, just like everyone else. Over time, Emily's sense of identity began to shift. She couldn't rely on her appearance, her charm, or her wealth anymore. In prison, people were judged for their actions, not their status. She had been stripped of her luxury, and now she was being forced to confront the consequences of her greed. The more she reflected on her past, the more she began to understand the true depth of her actions. She had hurt people, not just financially, but emotionally. She had destroyed lives, ruined relationships, and left a trail of devastation in her wake. Emily realized that her criminal activities had been driven not by necessity, but by an insatiable desire for power and wealth. And then came the guilt. For the first time in her life, Emily truly felt remorse for what she had done. The prison walls may have separated her from the outside world, but they couldn't keep her from the weight of her own conscience. She spent hours each day reflecting on her actions, replaying the moments when she had chosen to deceive, betray, and manipulate. She had justified her behavior for so long, telling herself that she was simply playing the game better than anyone else. But now, in the isolation of her cell, the truth became undeniable. Emily knew that her actions had not only impacted her own life, but had ruined the lives of others. She began writing letters of apology to her victims, though she knew that no amount of words could undo the damage she had caused. But she wrote anyway, hoping that somehow, in some small way, it might offer a sliver of redemption. These letters were not part of her defense, nor were they meant to influence her sentence. They were simply her way of confronting the people she had wronged, acknowledging the hurt she had caused, and perhaps beginning the long process of healing. In the years that followed, Emily's reputation within the prison began to shift. While she was never able to fully regain the trust of the other inmates, she slowly earned a degree of respect. Her intelligence, which had once been used for deception, began to be recognized as a valuable asset. She became involved in educational programs, using her business acumen to teach other inmates skills that might help them reintegrate into society after their release. She also worked with a rehabilitation counselor, trying to unpack the psychological motives behind her actions and the twisted mindset that had driven her to commit such heinous crimes. But no matter how much Emily changed, she could never escape the past. Her name would always be associated with the grand fraud scheme that had rocked California. The media continued to follow her story, even from behind bars. There was something irresistible about the tale of the once glamorous woman who had fallen from grace. Her story had become a symbol of ambition gone too far, of a woman whose hunger for power had ultimately led to her own downfall. In the end, Emily Wilson's story was a tragic one, a cautionary tale of how greed and manipulation can ruin not only your life, but the lives of those around you. It was a story of a woman who had everything, yet in her pursuit of more, lost everything. The echoes of her actions reverberated through California and beyond, leaving a lasting legacy that would serve as a reminder to others that no one is untouchable, no matter how carefully they build their empire. And so, Emily Wilson's journey, one that had begun with the glitz and glamour of Hollywood and ended in the cold, unforgiving walls of prison, served as a haunting reminder that no matter how high one might rise, the fall is always just a step away. Case 2. In 2012, in the small, quiet town of Wichita, Kansas, there was a case that would forever alter the lives of many. The name Michael Carter would come to be associated with one of the most chilling and complex criminal cases to ever unfold in the state. He was not a man of extraordinary intelligence or remarkable abilities, but his actions were driven by a deep-rooted desire for something more. More money, more power, and more control over the life he felt he had been denied. Michael Carter was born and raised in Wichita. His childhood was unremarkable, but he grew up in a family that struggled financially. His father worked as a mechanic, and his mother was a nurse who worked long hours to make ends meet. There was no shortage of love in the Carter household, but there was always a sense of tension caused by the looming financial instability. Michael, the youngest of 3 siblings, watched his parents work tirelessly, but despite their efforts, their situation never seemed to improve. From an early age, Michael learned the value of money, or rather, the power that came with it. He saw his peers who had wealth, or even just a little more than his family, and felt a sense of envy. These kids had everything they wanted: new clothes, new toys, and the freedom to do what they pleased. For Michael, it wasn't just about materialism. It was about what money represented: freedom, status, and respect. As he entered adulthood, Michael's life took a dark turn. He became involved with the wrong crowd. Individuals who were always looking for the next big score, the next opportunity to make a quick buck. Initially, it was small-time stuff: petty thefts, gambling debts, and minor offenses. But as time passed, Michael's ambition grew, and he began to feel the weight of his own inadequacy. He felt that he was destined for something bigger, something that would change his life forever. By 2010, Michael had become deeply involved in the world of organized crime. He began working with a local gang that had a foothold in Wichita's underground economy. Their operations involved everything from drug trafficking to illegal weapons sales, and Michael quickly climbed the ranks. He was known for his cunning and his ability to manipulate situations to his advantage. However, despite his growing reputation, Michael never truly felt secure. He constantly worried about being caught, about losing everything he had worked for, about the life he had built collapsing around him. In early 2012, Michael was presented with an opportunity that seemed too good to pass up. A well-connected associate of his had a plan to pull off a major heist, a bank robbery that would yield millions of dollars. The plan was meticulously thought out, the risks carefully calculated. The target was a small, regional bank that had a reputation for lax security and a vault filled with large sums of cash. Michael, ever the opportunist, saw this as his ticket to the wealth and power he had longed for. He knew that if he could pull this off, everything would change. No more struggling for money. No more living in fear of getting caught. This was his moment. The heist was set for a rainy Thursday afternoon in March. The gang had everything prepared: disguises, weapons, and even inside information. They knew the bank's layout, the location of the vault, and the times when the bank was least crowded. Michael's role was clear. He would be the one to supervise the heist, ensuring everything went according to plan. He had a natural talent for organizing and leading, and this job was no different. As the day of the robbery arrived, Michael could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He had always dreamed of a life of luxury, but he never considered the cost of achieving that dream. The reality of the heist, with all its risks and dangers, was beginning to dawn on him. But there was no turning back now. The plan was set in motion. On the day of the robbery, Michael and his crew entered the bank disguised as ordinary customers. They had planned it so well that they blended in seamlessly with the regular crowd. No one suspected that anything was out of the ordinary. The gang's leader, a man named Tom, was the first to make his move. He and two others rushed to the vault, while Michael positioned himself by the front entrance, ensuring that no one would be able to escape. The whole operation was going smoothly at first, but as the minutes ticked by, things began to unravel. One of the crew members made a mistake. They had not accounted for the bank's silent alarm system, which had been triggered just moments after the robbery began. Police officers were already en route, and within minutes, the calm atmosphere of the heist turned into chaos. Michael and his crew had underestimated the speed with which the authorities could respond. They were not as prepared as they had thought. As the police began to close in, Michael realized that the dream he had so carefully crafted was slipping through his fingers. He had planned for everything, but he hadn't planned for this. In a split second, panic took hold of him. He heard the sounds of sirens growing louder, and the reality of being caught, of losing everything, set in. His crew, once confident and resolute, was now frantically trying to escape. But the plan had fallen apart, and there was no easy way out. Michael made a split-second decision. He fled the scene, leaving behind his crew and the stolen money. It was a cowardly move, but at the time, it seemed like his only option. He disappeared into the shadows, slipping away into the city streets. The police arrived moments later, finding the robbers still inside the bank. They arrested Tom and the others, but Michael was nowhere to be found. The manhunt for Michael Carter began immediately. The police knew they were dealing with a dangerous individual, someone who was willing to go to extreme lengths to achieve his goals. They also knew that Michael was not going to give up easily. He had been careful, calculating, and elusive. But despite his efforts to stay hidden, his past eventually caught up with him. It wasn't long before Michael's name appeared on the FBI's most wanted list. He had gone into hiding, moving between different cities, changing his appearance, and staying off the grid. But as the weeks turned into months, the pressure began to mount. The police were closing in on him, and his fear of getting caught grew with each passing day. He had once been in control of his destiny, but now he was a fugitive, running from the very system he had once believed he could manipulate. The story of Michael Carter and the failed heist became a sensational topic in the local media. People were captivated by the details of the robbery, the meticulous planning, the daring escape, and the chaos that had ensued. But as the case dragged on, the public's interest began to wane. The police, however, were relentless. They worked tirelessly to track down Michael, hoping to bring him to justice for the crime he had committed. And then, after 6 months of evading the law, Michael was caught. It happened in a small, rundown motel in Kansas City, far from the bustling streets of Wichita. He had been living under an alias, working as a handyman to make ends meet. But his past caught up with him when a tip from a local informant led the police to his door. The arrest was swift, and Michael was finally brought to justice. The trial that followed was a spectacle. The courtroom was packed with reporters, the public eager to hear about the man who had nearly gotten away with the perfect crime. Michael's defense team argued that he had acted out of desperation, but the prosecution painted a picture of a man driven by greed and ambition. In the end, Michael was convicted on multiple charges, including armed robbery, conspiracy, and fleeing from law enforcement. He was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. Michael Carter's story became one of caution, a tale of ambition gone wrong, of a man who believed he could outsmart the system, only to fall victim to it in the end. His name was no longer associated with the dreams of wealth and power he had once sought. Instead, it was tied to a crime that would forever be remembered in the annals of Wichita's criminal history. Michael Carter had never imagined his life would end this way. He had spent his early years dreaming of a better life, one where he could break free from the chains of poverty and become someone important, someone admired. But as the years went by, he found himself trapped in a cycle of bad choices, each one pulling him further into a world of crime and deceit. By the time he pulled off the botched heist, Michael had already made peace with the fact that he was not destined for greatness through conventional means. His mind had come to accept the dark path he had chosen, but there was always the lingering thought that he could be more, that he could outsmart the system and finally achieve the wealth and respect he had craved for so long. After his capture, the reality of his situation sank in. Sitting in a holding cell, awaiting trial, Michael was forced to confront the magnitude of his actions. It was one thing to plan and execute a crime with the adrenaline pumping through his veins, but it was another thing entirely to sit quietly, without the thrill of the chase, and recognize the consequences of his decisions. His life, as he had known it, was over. The days in jail were long and monotonous. Michael, once a man of action, found himself in a state of inertia. The realization that he would likely spend the next 2 decades of his life in prison was a crushing blow. And yet, despite the overwhelming weight of his situation, there was a sense of relief in some strange way. At least the fear of being hunted, of living in constant paranoia, was over. The chase had ended, and now, Michael could finally settle into a new life, albeit one of captivity. Michael's trial was a pivotal moment in the public's understanding of his character. While many saw him as a ruthless criminal, there were others who sympathized with him, seeing him as a product of a broken system, someone who had never had the opportunities that others had been afforded. Some of the people who had known him before the robbery described him as a troubled, but fundamentally good person who had simply been driven to desperation by his circumstances. His defense attorneys tried to make the case that Michael was a victim of his environment. They painted a picture of a man who had been raised in poverty, who had watched his parents struggle to make ends meet, and who had turned to crime out of a sense of hopelessness. They argued that the robbery was a cry for help, a desperate attempt to escape a life that had seemed doomed from the start. But the prosecution wasn't having any of it. They argued that Michael's crime was the result of his own choices and greed. They pointed out that he had been involved in a series of increasingly dangerous criminal activities long before the bank heist. His descent into a life of crime was not an accident. It was a series of calculated decisions. The prosecution brought forth evidence of Michael's history with gang affiliations, his criminal record, and his ability to manipulate situations to his advantage. They argued that he wasn't some misguided soul acting out of desperation. He was a hardened criminal who had carefully planned the robbery with the intent of securing a better life at the expense of others. The case garnered widespread attention. The media turned Michael into a symbol of the dangers of crime, and his story became a cautionary tale for the public. People debated whether he was simply a victim of his circumstances, or whether he was a man who had made a series of conscious choices that led him down a dark and dangerous path. The truth, of course, was more complicated than any of the sound bites offered by the media. Michael was a man who had been shaped by his environment, but he was also a man who had chosen to take the easy route out of his troubles. When the jury delivered its verdict, Michael sat in the courtroom, his face expressionless. He had known deep down that he would be convicted. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The robbery had been a failure from the start, and his subsequent escape had only made things worse. In the end, it wasn't just the robbery itself that had condemned him. It was his inability to accept responsibility for his actions. Instead of taking ownership of the crime and facing the consequences head-on, Michael had run, leaving his crew behind. His actions had painted a picture of someone who wasn't just a criminal, but a coward, someone unwilling to face the repercussions of his choices. The judge, after considering the facts, sentenced Michael to 25 years in federal prison. It was a harsh sentence, but one that reflected the severity of his crime. Michael's life, once full of promise and potential, was now reduced to a number, a 25-year sentence that would define the rest of his existence. As he was led away in handcuffs, Michael didn't feel the rush of victory that he had once dreamed of. He didn't feel like a man who had gotten away with something. Instead, he felt a crushing sense of defeat. Life in prison was a far cry from the freedom Michael had once known. The first few months were the hardest. He struggled to adjust to the strict routines, the constant surveillance, and the absence of his old life. There were no more plans, no more schemes. The constant hustle, the thrill of outsmarting the system, those were things of the past. Michael found himself facing an entirely new reality, one where survival meant playing by the rules of the prison system. At first, Michael tried to maintain some semblance of his old persona. He kept to himself, tried to stay out of the spotlight, and avoided drawing attention to himself. But as time wore on, the weight of his actions began to sink in. He had spent so much of his life focused on the future, on what he could achieve, that he had neglected to understand the consequences of his choices. Now in prison, with nothing but time to reflect, Michael began to think about the life he had lived. He thought about his family, the parents who had worked tirelessly to provide for him, the siblings who had always been there, even when times were tough. He thought about the people he had hurt, the lives he had disrupted, and the choices he had made that led him down this dark path. The guilt gnawed at him, and he began to realize that the dream of wealth and power had been nothing but an illusion. In the end, it was the relationships he had burned and the trust he had shattered that mattered most. As the years passed, Michael began to change. The tough exterior he had once maintained began to crack, and he found himself grappling with the reality of his situation. Prison had a way of breaking people down, but it also had the potential to rebuild them. Michael began to take part in programs that focused on rehabilitation, anger management, education, and job training. For the first time in his life, he began to think about the future in a different way. He wasn't just looking for a way out of prison anymore. He was looking for a way out of the cycle of crime and destruction that had defined his life. By the time Michael's 10th year in prison arrived, he had become a different person. The angry, ambitious young man who had dreamed of a life of luxury was gone. In his place was a man who understood the cost of his actions, a man who knew that the road to redemption would not be an easy one. He had spent years thinking about his mistakes, and while he knew he couldn't undo the harm he had caused, he was determined to make amends in whatever way he could. But the past had a way of catching up with him. Despite his efforts to change, Michael would always be defined by the crime he had committed. His name would always be associated with the failed heist, the botched robbery that had brought him fame, but not the kind he had once dreamed of. His story was one of ambition and failure, of dreams that had turned into nightmares. Michael Carter's life in prison was one of quiet reflection and hard-earned lessons. He had been given a second chance, not at freedom, but at redemption. And while his past would never be forgotten, he found solace in the idea that he could still change, still grow, even within the confines of a prison cell. As the years passed, Michael Carter's time in prison became a long, slow march towards an uncertain future. What had once felt like an eternity in the early days had transformed into a pattern he began to understand and respect. It wasn't that he had become content with his situation. Far from it. But he had learned to find meaning in the smallest moments, in the brief exchanges with fellow inmates, in the hours spent reading, in the fleeting sense of hope he sometimes experienced during his morning runs in the yard. His transformation didn't happen overnight. In fact, there were days when he felt the weight of his past pressing down on him so heavily that he was sure he couldn't breathe. Guilt and regret gnawed at him constantly. His thoughts often returned to the moment of the robbery, to the terrible mistakes he had made, to the faces of those he had hurt. But even in those dark moments, he found a glimmer of resolve, something deep inside him that told him to keep going, to keep moving forward, even when it felt like the path ahead was filled with nothing but darkness. At the heart of his rehabilitation were the programs that prison offered. It was a small light in a very dark place, a chance for inmates like Michael to make something positive of their time behind bars. He enrolled in every program he could find, educational courses, therapy sessions, work release programs. But the one that changed him the most was a course on restorative justice. It wasn't something Michael had initially believed in. In the beginning, he saw it as little more than a checkbox, something to tick off the list of requirements needed to make parole more likely. But as he spent more time in the program, listening to the stories of others, stories of pain, loss, and redemption, he began to see things differently. Restorative justice was based on the idea that crime wasn't just a violation of the law, but a harm done to people and communities. The goal was to repair that harm, not just by serving time, but by taking responsibility for one's actions and understanding their impact on others. Michael began to grasp the true meaning of this concept, and it slowly began to transform the way he thought about his past. The most difficult part of the program was the victim impact statements. In these sessions, inmates were required to listen to victims, real victims of their crimes, speak about the pain and damage they had suffered. For Michael, it was unbearable at first. He had never taken the time to consider the consequences of his actions on the lives of the people he had hurt. When he had planned the robbery, he had been so focused on the money, so focused on escaping his circumstances, that he had failed to think about the people who would be affected. Now, listening to the voices of the victims, Michael felt a deep sense of remorse. He heard about the families who had lost loved ones, the children who had been left without parents, the lives that had been shattered because of his choices. And with every word, the guilt inside him grew heavier. But it also sparked something else, a desire to make things right, to find a way to repair the damage he had caused. He realized that his journey toward redemption wasn't just about him. It was about the people he had hurt, the lives he had disrupted. One day, during a therapy session, Michael spoke up for the first time. He had been participating in the program for months, but had kept his thoughts and feelings to himself. But now, the weight of the victims' stories was too much to bear. He stood up in front of the group and spoke of his own journey, his regrets, and the things he had learned. It was the first time he had spoken about his past with such raw honesty. He had always tried to bury the guilt deep inside, but now he realized that facing it head-on was the only way to move forward. "Every day, I live with the consequences of what I've done," he said, his voice trembling. "I didn't just hurt people when I robbed that bank. I hurt my family, my friends, and I hurt myself. I thought that if I could get out, if I could make enough money, then I'd be free. But now I see that there's no such thing as freedom when you leave a trail of destruction behind you. I can never take back what I did, but I want to be a better person. I want to find a way to make things right." It was a simple statement, but in that moment, Michael felt a shift within himself. He wasn't just talking about the past, he was talking about the future. He was committing himself to change, to make the rest of his life count for something more than just the mistakes he had made. The room fell silent, and for the first time in years, Michael felt a sense of peace, a sense of purpose. Over the following months, Michael's participation in the restorative justice program deepened. He began to volunteer at the prison's counseling center, helping other inmates confront their own issues with guilt, shame, and anger. He became a mentor to younger inmates, offering them the wisdom he had gained from his own experiences. He spoke openly about his mistakes, about the choices he had made, and about the lessons he had learned along the way. It wasn't an easy journey. There were times when Michael questioned whether he would ever truly be forgiven, whether he would ever be able to heal the wounds he had caused. But he refused to give up. He understood now that redemption wasn't about erasing the past. It was about learning from it, accepting responsibility, and doing everything in his power to change for the better. By the time Michael had served 15 years of his sentence, he had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the same man who had walked into that prison cell all those years ago. He had become someone who understood the value of honesty, of taking responsibility, of working towards healing. But despite the changes he had made, he knew that he still had a long way to go. There was no quick fix, no easy way out. But for the first time in his life, Michael felt ready to face the future. When the day came for his parole hearing, Michael was nervous, but he knew he had done everything in his power to prove that he was ready to re-enter society. He had participated in every program available to him, had worked hard to become a better person, and had shown remorse for his past actions. He was no longer just a prisoner. He was a man who had learned from his mistakes and was ready to contribute to society in a meaningful way. The parole board listened carefully to his statement, weighing his progress against the severity of his crime. They acknowledged the hard work he had done to change, but they also reminded him of the gravity of his actions. In the end, the decision was made. Michael Carter would be granted parole, but with strict conditions. He would be required to undergo continued counseling, find stable employment, and maintain a relationship with his family. As he walked out of the parole hearing, Michael felt a sense of relief, but also a deep sense of responsibility. His journey was far from over. But for the first time in his life, he had the opportunity to build something new, to take the lessons he had learned and apply them to the rest of his life. Case 3. In 2012, in the small town of Bloomington, Indiana, a man named Richard "Rick" Holloway's life would take a dark turn. At the age of 45, Rick had spent most of his adult life living on the fringes of society. He wasn't a violent man by nature, nor was he someone who sought out trouble. But like many who had grown up in challenging circumstances, he found himself caught in a cycle of bad choices that eventually led him down a path he could never have anticipated. Rick had grown up in a family that wasn't exactly stable. His father, an alcoholic, often spent days at a time lost in a haze of liquor, while his mother was a kind, hard-working woman who did the best she could to hold everything together. But no matter how much love she gave, Rick's father's behavior cast a long shadow over their family. Rick learned early on that life didn't always make sense, that people were unpredictable, and that sometimes you had to fend for yourself. By the time Rick was in his 20s, he had already dropped out of high school. He worked odd jobs, manual labor, some warehouse work, and even a short stint as a cook at a local diner. But none of it really stuck. His relationship with his father had deteriorated to the point where they barely spoke, and his mother had passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack when Rick was 24. Her death left him unmoored, and he spent the next several years drifting aimlessly. He never quite found a place to belong, never had a career to speak of, and struggled with addiction. Alcohol had been a part of his life since he was a teenager, but it was in his 30s that he had truly begun to spiral. In the years leading up to 2012, Rick had managed to hold down a small job as a janitor at a local motel. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover his basic needs. He rented a small, run-down apartment in a part of town where most people didn't ask too many questions. It was quiet, lonely, and far from the hustle and bustle of Bloomington's downtown area. He spent his free time at bars, sinking deeper into his alcoholism, using the liquor to drown out the ache of his past and his uncertain future. Rick's social circle was minimal. He had a few acquaintances from the bars he frequented, but no real friends to speak of. He wasn't the type to open up about his feelings or his past. Most people just saw him as a quiet man who kept to himself. But on the inside, he was struggling. He had no direction in life, no purpose beyond getting through another day. The one thing that kept him going was the hope, albeit faint, that things might someday get better. That hope, however, was tested when he met a woman named Lisa. Lisa was different from anyone Rick had ever met. She was in her late 30s, a soft-spoken woman who worked as a secretary at a local law office. She had a gentle, warm personality that drew people in. Lisa was also dealing with her own set of personal struggles, but she had a resilience that Rick admired. They had met at a bar one evening, and after a few awkward exchanges, they struck up a conversation. Over the next few weeks, they ran into each other several times. Lisa would stop by the bar Rick often visited, and they would talk for hours. For the first time in years, Rick felt like he had someone he could talk to. Lisa didn't judge him for his past or his drinking. She was patient, kind, and offered him a sense of comfort that he hadn't experienced in a long time. She had been divorced for several years and was living alone, but unlike Rick, she still held on to the belief that things could get better. Rick found himself becoming attached to her in a way that he hadn't been with anyone else in years. Their relationship, though brief, was filled with ups and downs. There were moments of genuine connection, but Lisa had her own demons to fight, and Rick was still deeply entrenched in his addiction. There were days when they would spend hours together, talking and laughing, and days when Rick would go on benders, completely cutting himself off from her. Lisa would often try to reach out, but Rick would retreat into his own world, ashamed of himself, angry at himself for not being able to pull his life together. In the summer of 2012, things took a dark turn. Rick had fallen deeper into his addiction, and his emotional state was fragile. His relationship with Lisa had become strained. He was jealous of her independence, of the way she seemed to have a life outside of him. He started feeling like she was slipping away, and with that came an overwhelming sense of panic. The idea that he might lose the one good thing in his life, the one person who seemed to care about him, gnawed at him constantly. He didn't know how to express his feelings, so he kept them bottled up inside, where they festered and grew. It was one evening in late August when the tension between them finally reached a breaking point. Rick had been drinking heavily throughout the day, and when he met Lisa at a local diner for dinner, he was already in an unstable emotional state. They sat in silence for a long time, Lisa trying to make small talk, but Rick's mind was elsewhere. His emotions were raw, his thoughts swirling with confusion, anger, and fear. The argument began when Lisa mentioned that she had been thinking of moving to Indianapolis for a fresh start. She had been offered a job there, and though she was hesitant, she was considering taking it. The moment she mentioned this, something inside Rick snapped. He felt as though his world was collapsing. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, of her walking away. In a flash of rage, he lashed out. The details of what happened next are unclear, but it's known that Rick became physically aggressive. The altercation escalated quickly. In his drunken state, Rick lost control of himself. He grabbed Lisa's arm, and when she tried to push him away, he pushed her to the ground. It was a moment of blind rage, a culmination of all the pain and frustration that had built up inside him over the years. He didn't mean to hurt her, but in that moment, his emotions took over. The violence wasn't planned. It wasn't premeditated, but the impact of what he did would forever change both of their lives. Rick immediately realized what he had done. He backed away, horrified by his actions, but it was too late. Lisa was visibly shaken, and the damage had been done. She got up, her face pale, and without saying another word, she walked out of the diner. Rick sat there for a long time, his mind a whirlwind of guilt, shame, and confusion. He couldn't undo what had happened. He knew that he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The next few days were a blur. Rick tried to reach out to Lisa, but she didn't respond to his calls or texts. He spent the next few weeks in a state of turmoil, his emotions torn between regret and a desperate hope that things might somehow return to normal. But they never did. The police were eventually called after Lisa's family became concerned. Lisa had confided in her sister about what had happened, and soon, Rick found himself facing charges of domestic assault. After the incident at the diner, Rick Holloway found himself at a crossroads in his life. The alcohol that had long been his crutch no longer seemed to provide the same relief it once had. His days were filled with guilt and regret, and the emotional weight of his actions weighed heavily on him. The clarity that came after the outburst, the realization that he had hurt someone who had shown him kindness, left him feeling hollow, as if a part of him had broken beyond repair. Lisa's silence only deepened Rick's sense of isolation. The few attempts he made to reach out to her went unanswered, and he could only imagine the hurt and fear she must have felt. He knew that he had betrayed her trust in the worst possible way. But, as was often the case with Rick, the guilt soon gave way to a cycle of self-destructive behavior. He retreated into himself, numbing his emotions with alcohol and isolating himself from the people around him. Weeks passed, and Rick's world seemed to become smaller with each day. The bar, which had once been a place for him to unwind and forget, now seemed like a prison. The faces of people who once shared drinks with him now seemed distant and unimportant. He spent most of his time in the apartment he had called home for years, pacing in the small space, trying to outrun the thoughts that constantly crept into his mind. One evening, while sitting alone at his kitchen table, Rick received an unexpected knock on his door. He opened it to find a police officer standing there. The officer's presence sent a shiver down his spine, but he had known this moment was coming. The officer asked if he was Richard Holloway, and when Rick nodded, the officer informed him that Lisa had filed a report regarding the incident at the diner. Rick's stomach sank as the officer explained the charges: domestic assault. The words hit Rick like a punch to the gut. He knew deep down that he deserved whatever came next, but the reality of it all made him feel small and powerless. The officer advised him that he had the right to remain silent, and that he could either face the charges in court or work out a plea. Rick felt a surge of confusion and dread, but he didn't argue. He was numb, unable to process the full weight of the consequences. The officer handed him a citation, and Rick was told to appear in court in the coming weeks. The days that followed were filled with a sense of inevitability. Rick spent sleepless nights wondering how he had let everything spiral out of control. How had he allowed himself to become the person he was, a person capable of hurting someone he cared about? He knew he would have to face the consequences of his actions, but the idea of going to court, standing before a judge, and admitting the truth filled him with dread. Rick knew that this was the point of no return. He had to make a choice. He could continue down the same destructive path, letting his addiction and self-loathing guide him, or he could confront his demons, take responsibility, and try to rebuild what little was left of his life. For the first time in years, Rick felt a flicker of hope, a realization that he had the power to change, even if it was just a small step forward. Case 4. The sun had barely begun to rise over the city of Cebu, casting a warm glow on the streets that were just beginning to stir with life. In the midst of the bustling traffic and the morning sounds of the market, Maria Santos stepped out of her small apartment, a quiet determination etched on her face. For the past few weeks, her life had been in turmoil, ever since her son, Ivan, had been arrested. Ivan, a young man in his early 20s, had always been a quiet soul. His mother often remembered him as a child who loved to play with toy cars, dreaming of a future that seemed far from the harsh realities of the world he now found himself trapped in. Raised in a neighborhood that faced poverty and high crime rates, Ivan had struggled to break free from the chains that society seemed to place on him. He worked as a mechanic, scraping by to make ends meet, and his mother often worried about the friends he kept, the ones who seemed to lead lives filled with trouble. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ivan made a choice that would alter the course of his life forever. Under the pressure of his circumstances, he had become involved in a robbery gone wrong. The plan had been simple: take what they could and leave before anyone noticed. But things had escalated. The confrontation with the store owner turned violent, and by the time the police arrived, Ivan and his companions were already in handcuffs. Maria had never expected her son to be involved in something like this. She had tried to shield him from the dangers of the world around them, but as with many parents in her community, she found herself helpless in the face of the larger forces at play. Ivan had been arrested, and soon after, he was charged with armed robbery and attempted murder. Maria's heart sank as she tried to come to terms with the situation. The boy she had raised, the boy who used to dream of becoming a doctor or an engineer, was now facing the very real consequences of his choices. But Maria was determined. She was a woman of faith, and she knew that no matter how dark the path ahead seemed, there was always a way forward. Her son, despite the grave charges against him, was still her son. She knew that Ivan was not beyond redemption, that he could turn his life around if given the opportunity. The legal process was slow, and as the weeks passed, Maria's hopes began to fade. She visited Ivan every day in jail, offering him comfort and encouragement. Her heart broke each time she saw him in the small, gray uniform, his face gaunt from the stress and isolation. He had always been a sensitive boy, and the environment of the prison only seemed to harden him, pushing him further from the person he once was. As the trial approached, Maria found herself caught between the love she had for her son and the reality of the crime he had committed. She knew that Ivan had made a mistake, a grave mistake, but she also knew that he wasn't beyond redemption. She spent sleepless nights reading through legal papers, meeting with lawyers, and reaching out to community groups that worked with incarcerated youth, hoping for a miracle that would allow her son to rebuild his life. It was during one of these sleepless nights that Maria received a letter from Ivan. In it, he apologized for the pain he had caused her. He wrote about the deep regret he felt for his actions and how he had come to realize the magnitude of what he had done. He spoke of the guilt that consumed him, of the tears he shed in his lonely cell, wishing he could turn back time. But Ivan also expressed a quiet hope. He talked about the lessons he was learning in prison, the importance of taking responsibility for his actions, the value of education, and the possibility of a better future if he was given the chance. Maria held the letter close to her chest, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she realized that her son was still in there, that the young boy who had once dreamed of a better life was still alive, buried beneath the weight of his choices. It gave her hope. Even in the darkest of times, there was light, and that light was her son's determination to change. As the days turned into weeks, Maria clung to the hope that somehow, Ivan would find a way to rise above the circumstances that had brought him here. The case was gaining attention, not just within their small circle of family and friends, but also in the broader community. Ivan was not the first young person from their neighborhood to be caught up in a crime, but his case felt different. It seemed as though the entire community was holding its breath, waiting for a resolution. The court date was approaching, and every passing day only seemed to deepen the uncertainty that had taken hold of Maria's heart. Ivan's defense attorney, a man named Roberto Mendoza, had assured Maria that they would put up a strong defense. He spoke of the possibility of reduced charges if Ivan showed genuine remorse and willingness to rehabilitate. Maria wasn't sure what to make of all the legal jargon, but she trusted Mendoza. He had a reputation for being fair and compassionate, a trait that was often rare in the cutthroat world of criminal law. Still, she could not shake the fear that her son would be lost forever in the prison system. Just another statistic in a long line of young men from marginalized communities whose futures had been stolen by the very system that was supposed to protect them. Despite the gravity of the situation, Ivan remained steadfast in his desire to make things right. He had begun to take part in rehabilitation programs within the prison, anger management, literacy courses, and vocational training. Maria visited him every Sunday, and with each visit, she could see the changes in him. The light that had dimmed in his eyes during his early days in prison was beginning to return. He spoke about the value of education, the importance of finding a way to make amends, and the desire to someday work with troubled youth, helping them avoid the same mistakes he had made. One day, during a particularly emotional visit, Ivan looked at his mother with a mixture of guilt and hope. "I know I messed up, Mama," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I'm trying. I want to get out of here and make things right. I want to help other kids not end up like me." Maria's heart swelled with a bittersweet pride. She knew that Ivan was struggling, torn between the guilt of his past and the desire for a better future. She could see the effort he was putting in, and while she couldn't deny the severity of his actions, she also couldn't ignore the changes she saw in him. As the trial date neared, Maria's anxiety grew. Every morning, she woke up with a knot in her stomach, unsure of what the day would bring. The courtroom, with its harsh fluorescent lights and cold, sterile atmosphere, was a far cry from the warmth of their small home. But Maria knew that this was a battle they had to fight. Ivan needed to be held accountable for his actions, but he also needed to be given a chance to rebuild his life. She wasn't ready to give up on him, and she wasn't willing to let the legal system strip away his chance at redemption. The day of the trial arrived, and Maria sat in the courtroom, her hands tightly clasped together. The judge, a stern woman with a reputation for fairness, called the court to order, and the trial began. The prosecution laid out its case: a violent robbery, a store owner who had been left shaken and injured, and Ivan's involvement in the crime. The evidence was damning. Witnesses testified, and the facts seemed to paint a clear picture of Ivan's guilt. But as the defense took its turn, Roberto Mendoza argued that Ivan had acted out of desperation, a product of his environment. He spoke of Ivan's troubled upbringing, the lack of resources in their community, and the pressures of living in a place where opportunities were scarce. He highlighted Ivan's remorse, his participation in rehabilitation programs, and his genuine desire to make amends. Maria sat in the courtroom, her heart racing as she listened to the back and forth. She didn't know what would happen next, but she knew that this was the moment that would define Ivan's future. As the judge called for a recess, Maria stepped out into the hallway, her thoughts a swirl of emotions. She had prayed for this moment, this chance for Ivan to be seen for who he truly was, not just the crime he had committed. She knew that the road to redemption was long and uncertain, but she also believed that Ivan had the capacity to change. The trial dragged on for several more days, with the defense and prosecution presenting their final arguments. On the final day, the judge made her ruling. Ivan would be convicted of the robbery, but the attempted murder charge would be dropped. The judge, recognizing Ivan's efforts to turn his life around, sentenced him to a reduced prison term with the opportunity for parole after several years, contingent upon his continued participation in rehabilitation programs. The courtroom was silent as the judge's gavel came down, marking the end of the trial. Ivan's eyes met his mother's across the room, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Maria's heart ached with the weight of the moment, but she also felt a sense of relief. Ivan would have the chance to rebuild his life, slowly but surely. And no matter what, she would be there, supporting him every step of the way. The days following the trial were filled with mixed emotions. Maria and Ivan both had moments of relief and grief. While Ivan had avoided the harshest sentence, the weight of his conviction still hung heavy. Prison life was tough, but Maria held on to the hope that the system could work with him, offering him the tools to change and build a better life when his time was served. She couldn't help but feel a small sense of victory. Her son was still alive, and there was still a chance for him to make a difference in his own life and in the lives of others. At the start of Ivan's sentence, Maria would visit him every weekend. She knew the visits meant the world to him. In the early days of his incarceration, he had struggled with loneliness, isolation, and the heavy weight of his mistakes. Maria had never seen him so broken, so lost in the sea of guilt and regret. But with each visit, Ivan seemed to pick himself up a little more. It was evident that prison wasn't just a punishment for him. It was a place of reflection, a place where he was coming to terms with his past and his mistakes. In those moments, Maria could see the glimmer of the son she had raised. The son who had once had dreams and hopes, the son who had laughed and played in their neighborhood before the world had changed around him. Ivan participated in everything he could: anger management, education programs, and even the prison's counseling services. He had begun to read books on psychology, sociology, and self-improvement, trying to understand the choices that had led him to this point. With the help of his therapist, Ivan began to trace the roots of his criminal behavior, trying to find the triggers that had pushed him to act out in ways he never imagined he would. His counselor, a woman named Gloria, encouraged him to confront his past, to revisit the moments that had shaped his worldview and his decisions. She pushed him to see that his past didn't have to define his future. One Sunday, during one of their visits, Maria noticed a subtle change in Ivan. He was more composed, more confident, and his eyes no longer held the same pain that had once made her heart break. As they sat together in the small visiting room, Maria looked at her son, noticing the quiet strength that had emerged within him. "Mama," Ivan began, his voice steady, "I've been reading a lot. About people who change, who get better. I know it's not going to be easy, but I want to be one of those people." Maria smiled softly, feeling a tear slip down her cheek. "I know, hijo. I believe in you. I always have." It wasn't the first time Ivan had spoken about change, but this time Maria could sense something different. Something in his tone, his posture, the way he spoke of the future. It wasn't a perfect path, but it was a start. For the first time in months, Maria allowed herself to believe that her son could become someone better than he had been. She allowed herself to hope. The following months were filled with moments of progress and setbacks. Ivan continued to work hard in prison, but there were days when the burden of his sentence became overwhelming. He had moments of doubt, moments when the walls of the prison seemed to close in on him, and he questioned whether he could truly change. On those days, Maria's visits became his anchor. He would hold on to her words, reminding himself that this wasn't the end of his story. It was simply a chapter in a much longer journey. As time passed, Ivan's behavior began to draw attention from prison officials. He was no longer the same person who had entered the system with anger and bitterness in his heart. He was someone who had begun to take responsibility for his actions, someone who was actively seeking redemption. His participation in rehabilitation programs, his newfound passion for learning, and his willingness to help others in the prison who were struggling caught the attention of the prison staff. One afternoon, during a prison-wide ceremony that recognized the efforts of inmates who had made significant progress, Ivan was called to the stage. Maria had been invited to attend, and she watched from the audience as her son stood before the other prisoners, his head held high. The ceremony was a small but significant step in Ivan's journey. He was being recognized for his transformation. Ivan had earned the respect of those around him, and more importantly, he had earned the respect of himself. "Today is the day I realized that who I was is not who I have to be forever," Ivan said, his voice loud and clear. "I am not proud of the mistakes I've made, but I am proud of the man I am becoming. And I promise that when I leave this place, I will not waste the second chance I've been given." The audience was silent as Ivan's words echoed through the hall. Maria, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. She had seen the darkness that had taken hold of her son's life. She had witnessed the destructive path he had walked. But now, she saw the light that had finally begun to shine through the cracks. Ivan had turned a corner, and while his journey wasn't over, he had shown that change was possible. After the ceremony, Ivan joined his mother in the small room designated for family visits. They embraced, and for the first time in a long time, Maria felt a sense of peace. Her son wasn't just serving a sentence, he was serving his time to grow, to change, to learn. She knew there would be challenges ahead, that the road to redemption would be long and difficult. But for the first time, Maria was no longer afraid of what the future held. Case 5. In the heart of Indonesia, a quiet town nestled along the coast had long been known for its peaceful community and scenic beauty. But in 2015, the tranquility of this place was shattered when a heinous crime occurred, forever altering the lives of its residents. The central figure in this chilling story was a man named Amir Rahman, a once well-respected member of the community, whose fall from grace would soon become a tragic tale that would echo through the streets of the town for years to come. Amir was 38 years old, a man who had always appeared to lead a normal, stable life. He ran a small but successful construction business that employed several local workers. He had a wife, children, and was often seen attending community events, his reputation mostly untarnished by any significant controversies. To the outside world, Amir was a family man, a person who valued hard work and the simple pleasures of life. But beneath the surface, a darker side of his character had been slowly brewing, something that would come to light in the most devastating of ways. The incident occurred on a warm evening in June, just days after Amir's wife, Sari, had returned from a visit to her family in a neighboring city. It was around 7 p.m. when Amir's wife and children were settling in for the night. At first, everything seemed calm, as it always did in their modest home, located just on the outskirts of the town. But this night was different. A series of events that had been set into motion over the course of several months would culminate in an unthinkable act of violence that would forever change the town's perception of Amir. It started with a phone call. Amir, who had spent much of the evening drinking alone in his garage, made a call to his wife that would set the stage for the night's tragic events. The conversation was nothing out of the ordinary at first. He told Sari that he had been working late and would be home soon. But then, something shifted in his tone. Sari, who had known her husband for many years, could sense the tension in his voice, a sharp edge that she couldn't ignore. She was used to his moods. They had been married for over a decade, after all. But tonight, there was something different about him. Sari tried to keep the conversation light, asking about his day, his work, and the children. But Amir's responses grew more curt, his words slower and slurred. It wasn't the first time he had been drinking heavily, but something in his demeanor alarmed her. She had seen him like this before, unpredictable, irritated, and often consumed by irrational thoughts, but it had always been brief. This time, however, felt more dangerous. Amir ended the call abruptly, telling his wife he would be home soon. Sari, now uneasy, sat in the living room, watching the clock tick away. The children had already gone to bed, their soft breathing echoing from the other room. For a moment, she considered calling a friend or her family for reassurance, but she hesitated, uncertain of how to explain the growing discomfort she felt. Minutes later, the front door creaked open, and Amir staggered inside. His eyes were bloodshot, his movements unsteady. His usually neat appearance was disheveled, his shirt wrinkled and untucked. He smelled strongly of alcohol, and there was a faint scent of something else in the air, something that would later be identified as the sharp, metallic smell of blood. Amir didn't acknowledge his wife immediately. He walked straight to the kitchen, muttering under his breath. Sari watched him from the couch, her heart pounding in her chest. She could sense the storm brewing within him. This wasn't the Amir she had known. This man was different, unrecognizable in his current state. He fumbled through the kitchen drawers, eventually pulling out a large knife. At this moment, Sari's fear reached its peak. She had always known that Amir's temper could be volatile, but she had never seen him like this. She knew there had been trouble at work recently. A series of financial struggles had weighed heavily on him, but she never imagined it would come to this. Without warning, Amir turned, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at her, the knife flashing in the dim light. It was a shocking and swift attack, one that left Sari no time to react. She barely managed to dodge his first blow, but she was not fast enough to escape the second. The sharp edge of the blade cut across her arm, a deep wound that sent a wave of pain through her body. Sari screamed, but Amir's anger only intensified. His eyes, now wild with rage, seemed to look right through her, as though she were nothing more than a target for his fury. She stumbled backward, trying to shield herself from his next strike, but the knife found its mark again, this time leaving a gash on her leg. Her vision blurred from the pain, but she didn't give up. She knew she had to survive. In a final desperate attempt, Sari lunged toward the kitchen counter and grabbed a heavy vase. With all her strength, she swung it at Amir's head, knocking him off balance. It wasn't enough to stop him entirely, but it bought her just enough time to break free. She ran out of the house, her heart pounding in her chest, as she heard Amir's footsteps following closely behind. But it was too late. Sari had made it out the door and into the night. She ran through the streets, her mind frantic as she searched for help. Her body was bruised and bloodied, but her determination to escape was stronger than ever. Eventually, she made her way to the home of a neighbor, where she collapsed on the doorstep, gasping for breath. The neighbor quickly called the authorities, and within minutes, police arrived at the scene. The following investigation revealed that Amir had been under extreme financial stress for months, compounded by his growing dependence on alcohol. His business was struggling, and he had recently discovered that his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was this combination of personal and professional turmoil that had pushed him to a breaking point. Yet, none of this could excuse the violence he had inflicted upon his wife. Amir was arrested at the scene and charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, and several other related crimes. His trial would soon follow, and the town was left in shock as the truth of what had happened behind closed doors became public knowledge. The investigation into the events that had transpired that night was extensive. As the details came to light, the quiet town that had once regarded Amir Rahman with respect was left in disbelief. Neighbors who had once spoken highly of his work ethic and character were now questioning how well they had truly known him. Amir's past, once marked by reliability and good judgment, began to crumble, revealing a man who had hidden his struggles behind a facade of normalcy. Sari, though shaken, was determined to find her strength. After being rushed to the local hospital, she was treated for her injuries. The cuts and bruises were severe, but her physical recovery was only part of the battle. The psychological toll the attack had taken on her was far greater. It wasn't just the physical pain that haunted her. It was the sense of betrayal, the realization that the man she had trusted and loved had turned into a stranger before her eyes. Her children, who had been in their rooms asleep during the attack, were spared from witnessing the violence. However, the trauma of what had happened to their mother and the subsequent fallout was something they would carry with them for years to come. Sari knew that she needed to shield them from the details, but she also understood that they needed to know the truth when the time was right. Amir, meanwhile, had been taken into custody, his life unraveling in the wake of his actions. During his interrogation, he gave a cold, detached account of the events leading up to the attack. He admitted to being under immense financial strain, but he refused to acknowledge the gravity of his actions. There were no signs of remorse in his voice as he recounted how he had taken the knife and attacked his wife. His indifference shocked the investigators, who were accustomed to dealing with criminals who often showed signs of guilt or regret. But Amir's response was clinical, almost robotic, as though he were recounting a story detached from the real-life consequences. The more the investigation progressed, the more it became clear that Amir had been hiding his struggles for a long time. His addiction to alcohol had worsened in the months leading up to the attack, and he had been drinking heavily on the night of the incident. But the alcohol was only a catalyst. It wasn't the cause of his violent behavior. Beneath the surface, Amir had been battling deep-seated anger and frustration that had built up over the years. His inability to cope with his personal and financial failures had festered into something much darker. As the trial began, Sari was forced to relive the trauma she had endured. She was called to the stand to testify, her voice steady but her hands trembling as she recounted the harrowing details of that night. The court listened in silence as she spoke of the man she once loved and the brutal act he had committed. Her words, though calm, carried the weight of a lifetime of pain and heartbreak. Amir's defense team argued that he had acted in a moment of rage, claiming that his mental state had been impaired by his financial troubles and his addiction to alcohol. They painted him as a man who had lost control, a victim of circumstance rather than a cold-blooded attacker. But the prosecution was unrelenting. They presented evidence of Amir's pattern of erratic behavior leading up to the attack and his refusal to take responsibility for his actions. The prosecution also highlighted the severity of Sari's injuries, painting a vivid picture of the violence that had been inflicted upon her. The courtroom was filled with tension as the trial progressed. Sari's courage in standing up against the man who had once been her husband was a testament to her strength. But it was also a painful reminder of the deep scars left by the attack. Her journey to recovery would be long, and the emotional toll of the trial would only add to the weight she carried. Amir's family, once supportive of him, struggled with the reality of his actions. His parents, devastated by the news, tried to make sense of the man they thought they knew. They struggled to reconcile the son they had raised with the man who had been capable of such violence. They were left questioning their own role in his descent into darkness, wondering if there had been warning signs they had missed. In the end, Amir was convicted of attempted murder, aggravated assault, and other related charges. The judge sentenced him to a lengthy prison term, acknowledging the severity of his actions and the lasting impact they had on his family. Amir's fall from grace was complete. The man who had once been a pillar of the community was now behind bars, facing the consequences of his violent outburst. For Sari, the journey was just beginning. While the legal proceedings brought some sense of justice, they could not undo the damage that had been done. She faced the difficult task of rebuilding her life, not only for herself but also for her children. The road ahead would be filled with challenges, but Sari was determined to move forward. She knew that her strength would be tested, but she also knew that she could not let the darkness of the past define her future. The story of Amir, Rahman, and Sari would forever serve as a reminder of the fragile nature of trust and the destructive power of unresolved anger. It was a cautionary tale of how the pressures of life, financial struggles, personal failures, and hidden demons, could push someone to the brink of madness. But it was also a story of resilience, of a woman who refused to be defined by the violence of one night and chose to rise above it for the sake of her children and her own future. As the weeks turned into months, Sari's life began to take on a new rhythm. The weight of the trial, the emotional toll of the events, and the impact of Amir's betrayal were still heavy in her heart, but she found solace in the quiet moments she spent with her children. They were her anchor, the reason she kept pushing forward despite the darkness that threatened to engulf her. The scars on her body were healing, but the scars on her soul would take longer to mend. In the quiet moments, when the house was still and the children were in bed, Sari would sit by the window and reflect on the life she had built with Amir before everything changed. It was hard to reconcile the man she had once known, the man who had smiled at her, shared dreams of a future together, and promised to love her with all his heart, with the man who had attacked her in a fit of rage. How had they arrived at this point? How had she missed the signs? The questions haunted her, and though she had no answers, she knew one thing for certain: she would never go back. Therapy became a lifeline for Sari. At first, she was reluctant to talk about the trauma she had experienced. The idea of reliving the pain made her anxious, but as time went on, she realized that sharing her story was a step toward healing. The therapist's office became a place where she could let down her guard, a place where she didn't have to be strong for anyone else. She could simply be herself, the woman who had been hurt but was determined not to let the past define her. The children, too, were struggling to understand what had happened. They were too young to fully grasp the severity of the situation, but they knew enough to sense the change in their mother. They missed the warmth of the home that had once been filled with laughter and light. Sari tried to reassure them that everything would be okay, but there were nights when even she wasn't sure if that was true. The weight of their questions, their worries, and their need for stability pressed down on her. In the months that followed, Sari learned how to navigate her new reality. She found new strength within herself, strength she hadn't known existed before. She had always considered herself a quiet, introverted person, but now, she began to tap into a well of resilience that surprised her. Each day, she faced new challenges, dealing with the court proceedings, managing her household, and trying to keep her emotions in check for the sake of her children. There were days when it all felt too much, but she never gave up. Amir, on the other hand, was dealing with his own consequences. The prison walls were a harsh reminder of the choices he had made, and though he had been convicted of his crimes, he showed little remorse. His letters to Sari, which once had been filled with pleas for forgiveness, had become more passive. He wrote about his struggles in prison, but never once acknowledged the pain he had caused her. It was as if he couldn't see beyond his own suffering to understand the depth of what he had done. In the prison system, Amir had to learn quickly how to navigate the complex social dynamics of his new life. He was no longer the respected, well-liked man he had been in the community. Instead, he was a convicted criminal, a man whose reputation had been destroyed by his own actions. While he found ways to adapt to his new environment, a part of him remained frozen in time, unable to move past the night that had changed everything. Sari's path to recovery, though difficult, was steady. She sought out new opportunities for herself, enrolling in a local college to finish her degree. Education had always been important to her, and now it became her way of taking back control of her future. She would not let Amir's actions steal her dreams. Slowly but surely, she began to build a new life, one that was independent of the past and focused on the present. The support system around her grew stronger as well. She leaned on her friends and family for encouragement, and she found comfort in their unwavering belief in her strength. Sari had always been there for others, but now she had to learn to accept help when it was offered. It wasn't easy for her, but she knew she couldn't do it alone. Over time, Sari began to open up about her experience more publicly. She gave talks at local support groups for victims of domestic violence, sharing her story in hopes of helping others who had been through similar situations. Her bravery in speaking out inspired many, and she was often approached by women who had faced similar struggles. For Sari, it was a way to reclaim her voice, to take back the narrative that had been stolen from her. Each time she shared her story, she felt a little bit stronger, a little bit more whole. Amir's trial was a turning point for the community as well. The case became a high-profile example of the dangers of unchecked anger and the consequences of living in denial. It sparked conversations about the importance of mental health awareness, addiction recovery, and the need for early intervention in cases of domestic violence. While the damage had already been done, the awareness that the case brought to light was an important step in addressing these issues on a larger scale. For Sari, the most important part of her healing journey was the realization that she was no longer defined by the actions of her ex-husband. She had spent years identifying herself as a wife, a partner, and a mother, but after the attack, she came to understand that she was so much more than that. She was a survivor. She was a woman who had faced unimaginable pain and was determined to rebuild her life for herself and her children. Sari's journey was far from over, but she had made remarkable progress. With each passing day, she grew stronger, more resilient, and more determined to move forward. She knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but she also knew that she was no longer the woman who had been trapped in a cycle of fear and pain. She was a woman who had chosen to rise above her circumstances, and in doing so, she had reclaimed her power. As the years passed, the scars of the past began to fade, but the lessons remained. Sari's story would continue to be a testament to the power of healing, the strength of the human spirit, and the unwavering will to move forward, no matter the obstacles. Case 6. In 2016, in the sprawling suburban city of Los Angeles, a man named Thomas Langley had everyone fooled. He was known for his charming personality and his seemingly unassuming nature. With a smooth-talking demeanor and a smile that could make anyone feel at ease, he was someone you wouldn't think twice about trusting. On the surface, Langley seemed like any ordinary guy, well-dressed, with a respectable job in a small consulting firm. But underneath that surface was a man who had been plotting one of the most elaborate fraud schemes that would devastate numerous people's lives. Langley wasn't your average scam artist. His charisma allowed him to easily blend into any social circle, making it almost impossible for his targets to suspect he had any ulterior motives. His story began in his mid-30s, when he had already amassed a small fortune through what appeared to be savvy business ventures. People who met him spoke highly of his business acumen, and for years he had managed to avoid suspicion. Langley's ability to manipulate conversations and weave believable lies became his weapon of choice. He was a master of deception, and he used his charm as a mask to cover the darker side of his operations. In the beginning, Thomas Langley used his supposed expertise to offer consultations to individuals looking to grow their personal savings or to expand their small businesses. His consulting firm, which he had founded under the name Langley Enterprises, appeared legitimate. With an office in downtown Los Angeles, the firm had professional branding, an impeccable website, and a staff that seemed to operate efficiently. Langley carefully crafted an image of success, even publishing articles on financial planning, which gave him a reputation as an expert in the field. He made regular appearances at local business seminars, where he spoke confidently about topics such as investment strategies, financial growth, and business management. But what no one knew was that beneath his polished exterior, Langley was quietly planning a massive Ponzi scheme, one that would affect hundreds of investors and steal millions of dollars. His method was simple yet devastatingly effective. He convinced his clients that they had an opportunity to invest in a high-risk, high-reward business venture, an exclusive and limited opportunity, so lucrative that it was almost too good to pass up. Langley promised extravagant returns, often claiming that the investments would yield returns upwards of 30 to 40% annually. Of course, it all sounded too good to be true, but Langley was incredibly convincing, and the allure of quick wealth was enough to make many people ignore their doubts. In the beginning, Langley's scheme seemed harmless. He offered small payouts to his early investors, ensuring that they would keep spreading the word about how successful his company was. Word of mouth was the best marketing tool he could have ever hoped for, and as more people joined the investment pool, the money kept flowing in. At first, investors received the returns Langley promised, which only strengthened their belief in the project. They told their friends and family members, encouraging them to get involved. Langley was building a loyal following of investors who trusted him implicitly. But behind the scenes, Langley was doing something far more insidious. Rather than investing the money, he was using it to pay the earlier investors, creating the illusion of profitability. He was building a pyramid, carefully maintaining the balance to ensure that there was always enough new money coming in to keep up with the growing number of people waiting for their payouts. As the scheme progressed, Langley used the funds for his own personal gain. He bought expensive cars, lived in a luxurious home, and traveled around the world, all while maintaining the appearance of a successful businessman. By 2018, Langley's Ponzi scheme had reached a critical mass. He had dozens of people involved, many of whom were using their life savings or taking out loans to invest. As the number of investors continued to grow, so did the pressure on Langley to maintain the illusion of success. It was a delicate balancing act, and eventually, it all began to unravel. With more people demanding their returns and fewer new investors to fill the void, Langley found himself unable to cover the withdrawals. The money that had once flowed freely was now drying up, and his empire was on the brink of collapse. As Langley's operation grew, so did the suspicion surrounding his activities. Despite his efforts to keep everything under wraps, some of his investors began to ask questions. They noticed that payouts were starting to get delayed, and rumors began to spread that there was no real business behind the lucrative investments. Some people even claimed that Langley had become increasingly defensive and evasive when questioned about the specifics of the investment opportunities. But by the time the investigation into Langley's operations began, it was too late. Many of his investors had already lost everything. Retirees had seen their nest eggs vanish, families had drained their savings, and small business owners were left scrambling to recover the funds they had trusted Langley with. As authorities began piecing together the extent of the fraud, Langley's once gilded reputation began to crumble. The man who had once been so respected was now being painted as a criminal mastermind. The full scale of Langley's operation wasn't revealed until months later, during a lengthy investigation that uncovered the vast network of victims who had been affected by his scam. By the time the case went to trial, Langley had disappeared. He had used the money he stole to cover his tracks, and had likely fled the country. Despite efforts to track him down, Thomas Langley remained at large for several years. However, the damage had already been done, and the lives of those he had swindled were irrevocably altered. Langley's story became a cautionary tale of how even the most charming individuals can harbor the darkest secrets, and how trust can be shattered in the blink of an eye. As investigators continued to work on the case, they uncovered chilling details about Langley's life that made it clear he had been a fraud long before he ever got involved in the consulting business. His past was filled with instances of dishonesty and manipulation, and his rise to success was built on a foundation of lies. The case of Thomas Langley would go on to be one of the most talked about fraud cases in Los Angeles history. Thomas Langley's disappearance was as dramatic as his rise to infamy. After being put on the FBI's most wanted list, he became a ghost, a name whispered in the offices of law enforcement and a constant subject of news reports. For those whose lives were shattered by his fraud, the pain of losing everything they had worked for was compounded by the knowledge that Langley was still out there, living the lavish life they would never get to experience again. In the wake of his departure, authorities began a full-scale investigation into the man who had once been a reputable consultant in the city. As they dug deeper into his past, they uncovered a chilling pattern of behavior that painted a portrait of a man driven not just by greed, but by a deep-seated need for control and power. Thomas Langley wasn't merely a con artist. He was a master manipulator who had carefully cultivated a persona that allowed him to move undetected for years. Langley's childhood, it turned out, had been less than ideal. Raised in a small town in Pennsylvania, Langley had experienced the kind of early life that fostered resentment and a desire to escape. His father had been an alcoholic, prone to fits of rage, while his mother was emotionally distant. Langley had grown up in an environment where survival, not love, was the focus. At an early age, he had learned to manipulate those around him in order to get what he needed. Whether it was manipulating his parents into giving him more money or convincing his teachers to overlook his misbehavior, Langley was always able to use his charm to get out of sticky situations. As Langley grew older, his talents for manipulation only grew stronger. He attended a local college in Pennsylvania, where he majored in business. It wasn't long before he discovered that his true strength lay in convincing others to part with their money. His college years were filled with schemes, small ones at first, like running fake online businesses or pretending to be a consultant for companies that didn't exist. But these small scams were just the beginning. By the time Langley graduated, he had already mastered the art of deception, and he knew that he was capable of pulling off much bigger scams. After college, Langley moved to New York City, where he briefly worked in finance before moving to Los Angeles. It was in California that Langley found the perfect environment to execute his grandest scheme. The city, filled with aspiring entrepreneurs, was the ideal breeding ground for the kind of investment fraud he was planning. Langley knew that he would have to blend in, that he would need to convince people that he was one of them, just another successful businessman looking to make a name for himself. And that was exactly what he did. When he started Langley Enterprises, his consulting firm, he made sure that everything looked legitimate. He invested in sleek office furniture, hired well-spoken staff, and built a website that looked like it had been designed by a high-end marketing agency. He even made sure that his office was in one of the most prestigious parts of Los Angeles, a neighborhood where successful entrepreneurs were often seen coming and going. Langley knew that perception was everything, and he worked tirelessly to maintain an image of success and reliability. For the first few years, Langley's firm operated without incident. He built a network of loyal clients who trusted him to help them grow their businesses or manage their personal finances. He used these early successes to lure in bigger investors, convincing them that his consulting firm was the key to unlocking their financial dreams. He told them that he had access to exclusive, high-risk, high-return investment opportunities that were not available to the average person. He made them feel special, like they were part of an elite club. At the same time, Langley began building his Ponzi scheme in the background. He started with a small group of trusted investors, offering them returns that were too good to be true. These investors, many of whom were eager to grow their wealth, took the bait. They saw the returns coming in, and as they did, they encouraged their friends and family to invest as well. Langley knew that if he could keep the illusion of success going long enough, he would have more than enough money to cover the returns of his earliest investors, while using the new money to fund his lavish lifestyle. The money poured in. Langley was living the dream, driving expensive cars, staying in five-star hotels, and flying around the world on private jets. But it was all a house of cards, and Langley knew that eventually, the cards would begin to fall. By 2019, he had taken in over $100 million from investors, and the scheme was starting to show cracks. While the first wave of investors had been satisfied with their returns, the later investors were growing impatient. They wanted bigger payouts, and the pressure to maintain the illusion of profitability was mounting. Langley began to grow more erratic. He started making promises to investors that he could no longer keep. He would make up excuses for delays, blaming everything from market fluctuations to internal restructuring at his company. But these excuses weren't enough to keep his investors from getting suspicious. Some began to ask for proof of their investments, but Langley, ever the smooth talker, was able to deflect their concerns. He reassured them that everything was fine, that they were still on track to make massive returns. But as more and more people demanded their money back, Langley began to panic. He could no longer keep up with the payouts, and the walls were closing in. He made several attempts to shore up his finances, borrowing money from lenders, and even using his own personal credit to cover some of the gaps. But in the end, it wasn't enough. The inevitable crash was coming, and Langley knew it. In late 2019, Langley's operation began to unravel. A few of his investors, suspicious about the delays and evasions, filed complaints with the Better Business Bureau, prompting an investigation into his company. By the time authorities started digging into Langley's business practices, his empire was already on the verge of collapse. It didn't take long for investigators to connect the dots. Langley had been using the money from new investors to pay off earlier ones, a textbook Ponzi scheme. They found that his company had no real assets, no genuine investments, and no legitimate business ventures. It was all smoke and mirrors. As law enforcement began to piece together the full extent of the fraud, they realized just how many people Langley had affected. They were no longer just dealing with a few disgruntled investors. They were looking at a full-blown financial crisis, with hundreds of people having lost everything. While investigators were busy tracing Langley's movements, a manhunt was launched. They knew that Langley would likely try to flee the country, but they had no idea where he might go. His sudden disappearance left his investors reeling, with many of them unable to comprehend that they had been duped by a man they had trusted so completely. Langley's story, however, didn't end with his disappearance. As the investigation progressed, more victims came forward, some of whom had lost their entire life savings, their homes, and even their businesses. Langley's scheme had devastated lives in ways that could never be undone. The victims were left to pick up the pieces, knowing that they would never get back what they had lost. Despite the trail going cold for years, the investigation into Langley's fraud operation continued. It would become one of the longest-running cases of its kind in Los Angeles history, with law enforcement and financial experts working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of the damage. But Langley, it seemed, had vanished into thin air, his name becoming synonymous with betrayal and greed. The months stretched into years, and as time wore on, the hope of catching Thomas Langley began to fade. Investigators were left with little to go on. Langley had erased every trace of his past, leaving behind no paper trail, no connections that could be exploited. His records had been carefully cleaned, his digital footprint practically non-existent. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the wreckage of his victims and the hollow promises of wealth he had fed them. But one thing Langley hadn't accounted for was the tenacity of those he had wronged. The victims, devastated by their financial ruin, became determined to see justice done. A grassroots movement began to take shape, as former investors formed support groups and began pooling their resources to investigate Langley themselves. They couldn't rely on the authorities alone. They had to take matters into their own hands. This was more than just a fight for money. It was a battle for their dignity, for the sense of justice they felt had been denied to them. Among the victims was a woman named Rebecca Grant, a former high-powered executive who had worked in Silicon Valley for years. Rebecca had been one of Langley's early investors, trusting him with a significant portion of her retirement fund. She had believed in Langley's promise of high returns, convinced that his reputation and charisma were enough to make her money grow exponentially. But when Langley disappeared, Rebecca was left not just with a financial loss, but with a sense of deep personal betrayal. She had given him her trust, and in return, he had taken everything. Rebecca was one of the first to lead the charge in holding Langley accountable. She organized meetings with other victims, some of whom had lost their entire life savings, others who had borrowed money to invest in Langley's schemes. They were all united by the same sense of betrayal, and they were determined to see Langley pay for his actions. They pooled their resources, hiring private investigators and cybersecurity experts to try to track down Langley's whereabouts. It was a long shot, but Rebecca was willing to do whatever it took. As the group worked tirelessly to uncover clues, they discovered something chilling. Langley had left behind a trail, one that had remained hidden for years. They found connections to shell companies in foreign countries, financial transactions that were cleverly disguised to look legitimate. They also discovered a network of people who had worked for Langley, people who had unknowingly helped him launder his ill-gotten gains. These individuals had all disappeared too, their roles in the operation swept under the rug. One of the more surprising revelations was that Langley had maintained a network of offshore accounts in multiple countries. This was not just a man running a fraudulent consulting firm. Langley had built an intricate web of financial transactions across borders, hiding his wealth in plain sight. Some of these accounts had been dormant for years, but others had shown signs of activity, sending small, untraceable payments to various recipients. It was as if Langley was still alive, still orchestrating a game from the shadows, and it became clear that his disappearance was part of a much larger scheme. But the most crucial piece of evidence came from an unexpected source. After months of investigation, Rebecca's group managed to track down one of Langley's former associates, a man named Jason Miller. Jason had worked closely with Langley during the height of the Ponzi scheme, helping to manage investor relations and orchestrating the elaborate lies that Langley fed to his clients. He had been one of the few people who truly knew Langley, and when the pressure became too much, Jason had disappeared, just like the rest of them. Through careful investigation, the group managed to find Jason living under an assumed name in a small town in Nevada. He had been living a quiet life, far removed from the chaos he had left behind, but Rebecca and her team were able to convince him to speak. Jason, it turned out, had a conscience. While he had been complicit in the fraud, he was now racked with guilt over the pain he had helped cause. He agreed to provide valuable information in exchange for immunity from prosecution. Jason led Rebecca's group to a hidden villa in the outskirts of Los Angeles, where Langley had been living in the years before his disappearance. The villa was not the luxurious mansion that many had imagined. Instead, it was a modest property, located far from the public eye. But inside, they found evidence that suggested Langley had been preparing for his escape long before he vanished. He had gathered a collection of fake passports, multiple forms of identification, and a series of encrypted hard drives that contained information about his financial activities. With this new lead, the FBI was once again brought into the investigation. Jason's testimony provided the missing link in the case, and authorities were finally able to piece together the scope of Langley's fraud operation. They learned that Langley had been operating the Ponzi scheme for nearly a decade, manipulating investors and raking in millions while hiding his true intentions. The full extent of his deception was beyond anything they had imagined, and the damage he had caused was far greater than anyone could have anticipated. It took several more months, but the combined efforts of the private investigators, the FBI, and Rebecca's group finally led them to Langley's location. He had been living under a new identity in Mexico, blending in with a community of expatriates. He had changed his appearance, adopting a new name, and even starting a new business venture. But Langley's past caught up with him, and in 2022, he was arrested at a small cafe in Guadalajara. The long hunt was over. Langley's arrest was a bittersweet moment for the victims. While they were relieved that he had been caught, they knew that the damage he had caused could never be undone. Langley's Ponzi scheme had ruined lives, destroyed families, and left a scar on the financial industry. Many of the victims would never recover from their losses, and some would never be able to rebuild the trust they had once had in the financial system. In the aftermath of Langley's arrest, the victims group continued their work, ensuring that others would not fall prey to the same kind of deception. Rebecca, who had once been a high-powered executive, now dedicated her life to educating others about the dangers of financial fraud. She traveled across the country, speaking at conferences and seminars, warning investors about the signs of a Ponzi scheme and the importance of due diligence. Langley's trial, which took place in 2023, was a highly publicized event. His lawyers fought tooth and nail to secure a lighter sentence, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. In the end, Langley was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison for his role in the fraud. His once promising future had been obliterated, and he was left to spend the rest of his life paying for the crimes he had committed. But the true tragedy of Thomas Langley's story was not the man himself. It was the countless lives he had shattered, the dreams he had stolen, and the faith he had eroded. For the victims, the road to recovery would be long and painful. Some would never fully recover from the financial ruin they had suffered, while others would carry the emotional scars of betrayal for the rest of their lives. In the end, Langley's rise and fall served as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition and the devastating consequences of greed. It was a cautionary tale, one that would echo for years to come in the annals of financial fraud. Langley may have been caught, but the damage he had caused would never be erased. And for those who had been left in his wake, the scars would remain, a permanent reminder of the man who had built an empire on lies and deceit. Case 7. The year was 2018, and the bustling streets of New York City were alive with the endless hum of commuters and the rhythmic clattering of subway trains. Amidst this chaos, a seemingly unremarkable man walked among the throngs of people, blending in as if he were just another face in the crowd. His name was Nicholas Carter, but in the circles where his name mattered, he was known simply as Nick. A man in his late 30s with sharp eyes and a well-groomed appearance, Nicholas had a presence that could command a room. He exuded an air of confidence and sophistication, qualities that allowed him to easily earn the trust of those around him. But Nicholas Carter wasn't who he appeared to be. Beneath the surface of his polished exterior, there lay a man who was skilled in manipulation, deception, and above all, the art of the con. Nicholas had spent years honing his abilities, studying human nature, learning how to read people, and using their weaknesses to his advantage. He was a master of blending into any environment, charming his way into the hearts and wallets of his unsuspecting victims. In 2018, Nicholas was operating a sophisticated investment scam that targeted the wealthy elite of New York's financial district. Under the guise of a private equity firm, Nicholas had successfully convinced numerous individuals to invest in what he claimed was a high-yield, low-risk fund that promised to deliver returns far beyond what traditional investment channels could offer. The fund, which he had cleverly named Carter Capital, was nothing more than a well-crafted illusion, a Ponzi scheme designed to keep the money flowing in while he paid out just enough to maintain the illusion of profitability. Nicholas had started small, targeting acquaintances and colleagues from his time in the finance world. He presented himself as a seasoned investor with an impressive track record, and he used this fabricated history to lure in more clients. At first, everything seemed legitimate. He made early payouts to investors, using the money from newer clients to keep the cycle going. Word spread quickly, and soon, Nicholas was gaining the trust of some of New York's most influential figures, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and even celebrities. His ability to make people believe in his promises was uncanny. He understood the psychology of wealth, how the rich were always seeking more, always looking for the next big opportunity. Nicholas had carefully crafted his pitch to appeal to their desires: the need for exclusivity, the allure of wealth, the promise of insider information. He offered them an investment vehicle that seemed too good to pass up, and for many, it was. For months, the scheme seemed to be running smoothly. Nicholas made sure to maintain the appearance of legitimacy. His office in a sleek Manhattan skyscraper was immaculate, filled with the latest technology and staffed by people who appeared to be well-versed in finance. He threw lavish events, inviting potential investors to swanky parties at upscale venues, where he would mingle with the city's elite, making connections and subtly reinforcing the image of success. Everything about Carter Capital screamed professionalism and success, and few questioned it. But like all great cons, there were cracks beneath the surface. As the months wore on, the number of investors grew, and the amount of money flowing into the scheme increased exponentially. Nicholas had been able to keep things afloat by paying out small returns to the early investors, but the influx of new money had begun to slow. He needed to find new ways to keep the scheme going, and that's when he began to take bigger risks. He started diverting funds into speculative investments that had little chance of success: high-risk real estate ventures, obscure stocks, and even cryptocurrency. Nicholas hoped that some of these ventures would pay off, but they only served to deepen his financial hole. The money that was supposed to be used to pay out investors was now being used to cover up the losses from these risky ventures. The cracks in the scheme were widening, and it was only a matter of time before the truth would come to light. But Nicholas was not a man easily deterred. He was determined to maintain the facade for as long as possible. His charm, his ability to manipulate, and his unwavering confidence were his greatest weapons. He had built a network of loyal followers, people who believed in him and his vision, and he leaned on them heavily as he navigated the increasingly precarious situation. It wasn't just about the money for Nicholas, it was about power. The thrill of controlling people, the rush of watching them hand over their life savings in exchange for the illusion of wealth, was intoxicating. Every new investor was another victory, another notch in his belt. He reveled in the attention, the admiration, and the fear that he could inspire in others. But with every victory, the risk grew. Nicholas knew that if the scheme were ever uncovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, he continued to push forward, believing that he could outsmart the system, that he could avoid the inevitable fallout. He was careful, meticulous, always a step ahead. But as the scheme grew larger and more complex, it became harder to manage, harder to control. In the fall of 2018, things began to unravel. A whistleblower, an employee who had worked for Nicholas in the early days of Carter Capital, became suspicious of the operation. She had noticed discrepancies in the financial records, payments that didn't add up, and a growing sense of unease within the office. Her instincts told her that something wasn't right. She started to investigate, digging into the company's accounts and discovering that the vast majority of the funds were unaccounted for. She didn't waste time. She contacted the authorities and provided them with the evidence she had uncovered. The FBI soon launched an investigation into Carter Capital, and what they found was shocking. The scheme had grown far beyond what anyone had anticipated. Nicholas Carter had managed to defraud investors out of millions of dollars, and the extent of the deception was staggering. But as the authorities began to close in, Nicholas had already begun to disappear. At the height of the investigation, Nicholas Carter vanished without a trace. His office was emptied, his phone lines disconnected, and his once glamorous lifestyle came to a screeching halt. He had planned for this moment, anticipating that his scheme would eventually be exposed. Nicholas knew that the day would come when the truth would catch up with him, but he had no intention of facing the consequences. In the weeks that followed, investigators worked tirelessly to track down Nicholas. His once glamorous world had crumbled, and he was now a fugitive on the run. The search for Nicholas Carter would become one of the most high-profile manhunts in recent years, with authorities combing through his financial records, tracking his known associates, and scouring his last known locations for any trace of the man who had pulled off one of the most elaborate investment scams in New York's history. But even as the investigation intensified, Nicholas remained elusive. The man who had once seemed so confident, so in control, had become a shadow, a figure who existed only in the whispers of those who had been left behind. As the weeks turned into months, the search for Nicholas Carter intensified. Law enforcement agencies across the country were now involved, tracking every lead and reviewing his extensive network of contacts. His sudden disappearance left many unanswered questions. How could someone so carefully calculated, so methodical in his deception, vanish without a trace? The authorities had discovered that Nicholas had maintained multiple aliases, using a variety of fake identities and offshore accounts to obscure his movements. He was no stranger to evading detection. Meanwhile, the victims of his scheme were left in a state of shock and disbelief. The realization that they had been conned on such a grand scale sent ripples through New York's high society. For many, it was an emotional blow as much as a financial one. These were people who had trusted Nicholas with their money, their livelihoods, and in some cases, their hopes for a comfortable future. Some of them were entrepreneurs who had invested their last savings into what they believed was a sure thing. Others were established businesspeople looking for an opportunity to diversify their portfolios. The devastation was palpable. Among the investors who were hardest hit was Victoria Grant, a well-known socialite and philanthropist. Victoria had been one of Nicholas's first high-profile clients, someone he had courted with promises of great returns and exclusive access to financial opportunities. She had always been cautious with her investments, but Nicholas had swept her off her feet with his charisma and his tales of untapped potential. In the months leading up to the discovery of the scam, Victoria had become increasingly involved with Carter Capital, attending meetings, hosting events, and promoting the firm to her network of wealthy friends. When the truth came to light, she was devastated. Not only had she lost a significant portion of her fortune, but she also felt personally betrayed. Nicholas had played on her vulnerabilities, manipulating her into believing in the legitimacy of his operations. For Victoria, the emotional toll was as severe as the financial one. Her reputation, built on years of careful social navigation and philanthropic work, was now in jeopardy. The public nature of her involvement in Carter Capital added to her humiliation, and she was forced to step back from her social circles for a time. But Victoria was not the only one to suffer. A prominent entrepreneur named Alan Simmons, who had poured millions of dollars into Nicholas's fund, was left scrambling to find answers. Alan had worked tirelessly to build his business, a successful tech startup that had become one of the most promising in the city. He had believed that investing with Carter Capital would secure his company's future and provide a cushion for his retirement. The revelation that his money had been siphoned away into a fraudulent scheme left him in a state of disbelief. His company, which had been thriving just months before, now faced financial ruin. For Alan, the pain was not just in the loss of money, but in the realization that his judgment had failed him so completely. He had been taken in by Nicholas's charm and polished appearance, unable to see the warning signs that now seemed so obvious in retrospect. The betrayal was not just financial, it was personal. Nicholas had become a trusted advisor, a confidant, someone who had presented himself as a partner in success. As the authorities closed in, they found that Nicholas had carefully constructed his web of deception. He had created a network of fake companies and shell corporations, all designed to disguise the true nature of his operations. His financial records were complex, filled with layers of misdirection and false documentation. It was clear that Nicholas had gone to great lengths to cover his tracks, leaving behind few clues that could lead investigators to him. But despite his careful planning, the cracks in the scheme were starting to show. The FBI, working in conjunction with financial analysts, began to piece together the true scope of the scam. They discovered that the funds from Carter Capital had been funneled into a variety of high-risk ventures, many of which were failing. Nicholas had been using the money from new investors to pay off the old ones, a classic Ponzi scheme tactic. But as the flow of new investments slowed, the scheme began to collapse under its own weight. Nicholas had gambled on risky real estate deals in the outer boroughs of New York, betting that a rising property market would allow him to make huge profits. He had invested heavily in several luxury developments, promising high returns to his investors. But the real estate market was not as robust as he had anticipated, and many of his investments began to tank. At the same time, he had taken significant stakes in volatile stocks and cryptocurrencies, hoping that the fluctuations in these markets would generate enough profit to keep the illusion of success alive. In truth, Nicholas had been playing a dangerous game, one that required constant vigilance and an ever-growing pool of new money to sustain it. As the pressure mounted, he began to take even bigger risks, diverting funds from his investors into personal expenses. Lavish vacations, extravagant gifts, and a lifestyle that far outstripped what his legitimate income could support were all part of his carefully crafted image. Nicholas had been living a lie, and the more he accumulated, the more his need for more grew. The FBI was determined to bring Nicholas to justice, but they faced a challenge. Nicholas had been skilled in covering his tracks, and his network was extensive. He had created a false trail of financial documents, using dummy companies and offshore accounts to obscure his movements. He had made use of encrypted communication platforms and burner phones, ensuring that there was no easy way to trace him. Meanwhile, the public fallout from the scam continued to unfold. Victims of the fraud were left scrambling to recover what little they could, but the chances of seeing any of their money again were slim. The financial toll was severe, but the emotional impact was even greater. Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, and many of those who had invested in Carter Capital found themselves questioning their own judgment. The story of Nicholas Carter, the man who had conned New York's elite, became a cautionary tale. His rise and fall were the subject of news reports and documentaries, a symbol of the dangers of unchecked greed and blind trust. As for Nicholas, his name became synonymous with deception, a reminder of how easily someone could be manipulated by a charismatic con artist. But despite the investigation and the media attention, Nicholas remained elusive. The authorities continued their search, but as time passed, the chances of finding him grew slimmer. He had disappeared into the ether, vanishing as quickly as he had appeared, leaving behind a trail of broken promises, shattered lives, and a city that had been taken in by his lies. Months turned into a year, and Nicholas Carter's name slowly faded from the headlines. His disappearance became more and more of a mystery, but the scars from his fraudulent empire remained etched in the lives of those he had deceived. The pain of financial loss was something that time couldn't heal. In fact, for many of the victims, it only intensified as they struggled with the harsh reality of their situation. Victoria Grant, the philanthropist who had once considered Nicholas a trusted confidant, spent countless sleepless nights in the confines of her luxurious Upper East Side apartment, reflecting on the years she had spent working to build her empire. The false promises made to her had cost not only her fortune, but also her dignity. Victoria's friends, once vibrant and loyal, had slowly distanced themselves. They too had fallen under Nicholas's spell, and some were left too embarrassed to admit that they had been taken for a ride. They had seen the same glimmer in Nicholas's eyes, the same allure that Victoria had, and they too had ignored the red flags. The conversation about Nicholas had shifted from admiration to disgust, whispers spreading through the halls of New York's social scene. How could we have been so blind? Was a question often asked in private gatherings. They had all been fooled, caught up in a fantasy of wealth and prosperity. But the world had moved on, and those left in Nicholas's wake were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered trust. Meanwhile, Alan Simmons, the tech entrepreneur, had never quite recovered from the blow. The effects of the scam were far-reaching for him. The investments he had lost were not just money, but the very foundation of the future he had planned. Alan had been known for his innovation, his sharp business acumen, and his resilience in the face of adversity. However, nothing could have prepared him for the emotional toll of being deceived by someone he had trusted so completely. The company he had spent years building now faced a difficult future. Several investors, once eager to fund his next big breakthrough, pulled out after hearing about the scandal surrounding Carter Capital. The news of Nicholas's involvement in multiple fraudulent schemes began to spread beyond the social circles of the city. Investigators had discovered that Nicholas's network wasn't confined to just New York. He had set his sights on victims all across the country, using his charm to infiltrate financial hubs in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, and Miami. There were rumors that he had operated on an even larger scale than anyone had initially realized. He had duped investors across multiple states, building a network of deceit that spanned the country. But with each passing day, it seemed less likely that the authorities would ever catch him. He was good at covering his tracks, and the authorities had no leads on his whereabouts. The FBI's investigation into Nicholas Carter grew more complicated as they dug deeper into his financial activities. They began to unravel the complex web of shell companies, offshore accounts, and fake identities that he had used to evade detection. It became clear that Nicholas had not only defrauded individual investors, but he had also managed to deceive several small and mid-sized banks. The amount of money he had laundered and funneled through various accounts was staggering. It was said that Nicholas had used an intricate network of fake loans, false transactions, and dummy corporations to cover up his tracks. The FBI's team of forensic accountants worked tirelessly, poring over thousands of pages of financial documents and trying to trace the flow of money. But Nicholas's network was sophisticated, so sophisticated, in fact, that the investigators began to question whether he had help from the inside. There were whispers of collusion, that Nicholas may have had associates within the banking industry, people who were willing to turn a blind eye to the illegal activities in exchange for a cut of the profits. Days turned into weeks, and still, no one knew where Nicholas had gone. The once charismatic financier had vanished, leaving only a trail of devastation. His former clients, now filled with anger and betrayal, were left to fend for themselves. Many of them filed lawsuits in an attempt to recover their losses, but with little success. It was clear that Nicholas had taken extreme measures to hide his assets, and most of them were out of reach. Yet, in the back of their minds, the victims held on to a glimmer of hope. They wondered if Nicholas would make a mistake, if his desire to enjoy the wealth he had accumulated might cause him to slip up. Perhaps he would reappear somewhere, flaunting his ill-gotten gains, and someone would spot him. They just needed one mistake, one lead to follow. And then, in the quiet of another winter's evening, that lead arrived. The break came when an informant, a former associate of Nicholas's who had fallen out with him during the height of his deception, contacted the FBI. The informant claimed to have knowledge of Nicholas's final days before disappearing. They described a meeting that had taken place in a small, upscale restaurant in Miami, where Nicholas had been seen speaking with several individuals who were known to have ties to the underground world of money laundering and organized crime. The details of that meeting set off a chain reaction of events. The FBI traced the informant's account back to a private storage unit in a nondescript warehouse in Miami. When agents finally opened the unit, they found an array of personal items, clothing, documents, and even a stack of cash that had been hidden away. Among the belongings were several passports with different identities, and records showing that Nicholas had been preparing to leave the country. It was clear that he had planned his escape carefully, but it seemed he had underestimated the authorities' persistence. As the search for Nicholas intensified once again, the story of his rise and fall became a cautionary tale for investors across the country. Financial advisors warned their clients to be wary of high-return promises and to never blindly trust individuals who lacked transparency. Nicholas Carter had become a symbol of the dangers of unchecked ambition and greed. His tale was a reminder that even the most polished appearances could be hiding something dark and dangerous beneath the surface. But while the authorities were closing in on him, Nicholas was still very much at large. Whether he would ever be caught remained to be seen. The case was far from over, and as investigators continued their pursuit, the victims of Nicholas's fraudulent empire were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. In the end, the story of Nicholas Carter was not just about a man who had deceived thousands, but about the consequences of unchecked trust, the fragility of wealth, and the devastating impact of a lie that had spread across the nation. Case 8. In the spring of 2016, Los Angeles, California, was the setting for a scandal that would shock both the financial world and the glamorous entertainment industry. The mastermind behind the operation was none other than Luke Davidson, a man whose charm and good looks had earned him a reputation as one of the most influential young entrepreneurs in the city. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a well-groomed beard, sharp jawline, and a wardrobe that screamed luxury, Luke appeared to be the embodiment of success. His social media profiles were full of pictures that showed him mingling with high-profile celebrities, attending exclusive parties, and enjoying the finest things life had to offer. To outsiders, he was the perfect embodiment of the American dream. But behind the facade of wealth and sophistication lay a web of deception that would come to unravel in the most unexpected way. Luke's story began like many others. He grew up in a middle-class family in the outskirts of Los Angeles, where his parents, both hard-working professionals, instilled in him the values of ambition and perseverance. He graduated from a private high school with honors and went on to study business at a prestigious university in the city. During his college years, Luke developed a keen interest in the world of finance and technology. He saw the rise of tech companies, particularly in Silicon Valley, and decided that he too could make it big in the world of startups. He was known for his charisma, a trait that helped him build a strong network of investors and influencers in the city. By the time he was 25, Luke had already founded 2 failed tech startups, but his charm and smooth talking had kept him afloat. He learned from his mistakes and knew how to spin them into stories of resilience and growth. It was this ability to create a narrative that would later help him pull off the grandest scam Los Angeles had ever seen. In 2015, Luke founded a new company called Nova Ventures. According to his pitch, Nova Ventures was a cutting-edge tech firm specializing in artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. The company, he claimed, would revolutionize industries ranging from healthcare to finance by using AI to predict market trends and optimize business operations. Luke sold the vision with such confidence that even the most skeptical investors were swept up in the excitement. Nova Ventures was not just another tech startup, it was a movement, and Luke was its charismatic leader. He crafted a compelling story about a team of brilliant engineers and scientists who were working tirelessly to develop groundbreaking solutions. Luke's social media presence reflected this narrative, showcasing the team at work in sleek, modern offices, attended by people who seemed to be always on the edge of discovering the next big thing. Investors were hooked. He held lavish private events and gatherings where investors were treated to dinners at high-end restaurants and exclusive networking sessions. He even made personal phone calls to major investors, assuring them that Nova Ventures was on the brink of a breakthrough. The company's stock value soared, and Luke's circle of wealthy investors and venture capitalists grew. Many were impressed by his apparent vision and the highly sophisticated technology he was developing. They didn't question the lack of tangible products or prototypes, trusting that Luke would deliver on his promises in due time. For a while, things seemed to be going well. Luke lived a lifestyle that many could only dream of. He was regularly featured in industry magazines as one of Los Angeles' most promising young entrepreneurs. His photos graced the pages of Tech Innovator and LA's 30 Under 30 lists. He was photographed next to celebrities and billionaires, establishing himself as a fixture in the city's elite social circles. His wealth grew, and so did his influence. But beneath the surface, things were falling apart. Luke's claims about Nova Ventures and its innovative technologies were nothing more than carefully crafted lies. The company had no breakthrough AI algorithms, no blockchain technology, and no real product to speak of. Instead, Nova Ventures was merely a shell company that existed to attract investment funds. Luke was using the money he collected from investors to maintain his lavish lifestyle, expensive cars, luxury condos, and private jet flights. He also had a network of associates who helped him orchestrate the scheme, creating fake documents, forging emails, and maintaining the illusion of a thriving company. As the months passed, a few sharp-eyed investors began to ask questions. Some were becoming increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress and the vague updates they were receiving. They were growing suspicious of the delays, especially as Nova Ventures continued to burn through their funds without producing anything tangible. But Luke, always the smooth talker, reassured them. He told them that technology development was a slow process and that they needed to be patient. He even promised that the company would soon be ready for a major public offering, which would make them all rich. However, by the beginning of 2016, the cracks in Luke's empire were starting to show. Some investors, unable to get direct answers from him, began to dig deeper into the company's finances. They found discrepancies in the financial reports, and soon, a few smart investigators uncovered the truth. Nova Ventures had never developed any legitimate technology. It had merely been a vehicle for Luke to collect funds under false pretenses. The money was being funneled into personal accounts, shell companies, and offshore bank accounts. When the investigation gained traction, Luke began to panic. His high-profile lifestyle that had once masked his criminal activities was now at risk of unraveling. He started distancing himself from the company, pretending to be on an extended business trip abroad. In reality, he was fleeing the city, knowing that the authorities were closing in on him. But by the time he disappeared, it was too late. Too many investors had been burned, and the news had already spread like wildfire. What followed was a media frenzy. The story of the charming, ambitious entrepreneur who had defrauded millions of dollars from investors became a sensational headline across the city. Los Angeles, known for its bright lights and glamorous lifestyle, was now home to one of the largest financial scandals the city had seen in years. Lucas Davidson had vanished without a trace, leaving a wake of devastation behind him. His victims were left to pick up the pieces of their ruined lives. Many of them were not only financially ruined, but emotionally scarred by their trust in a man who had promised them the world. The authorities worked tirelessly to track down Luke, but it seemed that he had disappeared into the ether. The search for him became an obsession for both the FBI and private investigators, but as days turned into weeks, there were no signs of his whereabouts. As the weeks went by and the story of Luke Davidson's fraudulent operation spread across the news, the investigation into Nova Ventures gained momentum. The FBI and local law enforcement were now actively involved, trying to track down the man who had orchestrated what seemed to be one of the most elaborate Ponzi schemes in recent Los Angeles history. However, Luke's disappearance wasn't going to be as simple as the authorities had hoped. Luke had planned his exit meticulously. Long before the first signs of trouble emerged, he had covered his tracks. He had multiple identities, a web of fake companies, and a network of loyal associates who were willing to do whatever it took to protect him. He had vanished from the public eye as swiftly as he had appeared. His social media accounts were wiped clean, and his last known whereabouts were a vague story about a business trip to Europe that seemed increasingly dubious. In the months following Luke's disappearance, the victims of Nova Ventures' scam began to come together. The anger was palpable. Many of the investors who had been duped were high-profile figures themselves, people who were used to the spotlight and had trusted Luke based on his appearance and reputation. Some had invested millions of dollars, while others had bet their life savings on Luke's promises of exponential returns. The more they dug into the scheme, the more they realized how expertly Luke had manipulated them all. The victims included celebrities, prominent venture capitalists, and even well-known tech entrepreneurs. Among them was a well-respected Silicon Valley investor named Emily Park, who had been one of Luke's earliest backers. She had met Luke at a tech conference in San Francisco, and he had been charming and persuasive. His pitch about Nova Ventures' potential to revolutionize industries like healthcare and finance sounded plausible, especially when he introduced her to his team of engineers and scientists who were apparently working on groundbreaking projects. Emily was convinced that Nova Ventures was poised to change the world, but as she later found out, the team Luke had introduced her to didn't actually exist. There were no engineers, no blockchain experts, and no AI developers. Only actors who had been hired to play roles in Luke's elaborate ruse. Emily was devastated by the revelation, not just because of the financial loss, but because she felt personally betrayed. Luke had used her trust to manipulate her into investing, all while feeding her a narrative that made her believe she was part of something revolutionary. As Emily began to compare notes with other victims, it became clear that Luke had operated on a level of sophistication that made him almost untouchable. His charm had been his greatest asset. He didn't just sell an idea, he sold a vision. And he made it seem so real, so tangible, that no one questioned the holes in his story. The luxury lifestyle, the fake products, the endless meetings with investors, they were all part of a carefully constructed illusion. For some of the investors, the pain of being scammed was made even worse by the fact that they had to maintain their social reputations. They had backed a man who was now a fugitive, and their involvement in the scheme was beginning to tarnish their own names. Some of them had lost not just money, but their credibility in the business world. The shame they felt was overwhelming, but they had no choice but to stand together in an attempt to recover some of what had been lost. It wasn't just the financial damage that left a scar on these individuals. Luke had preyed on their emotions, playing into their desires for success, their fear of missing out, and their need for validation. By the time the truth came out, many of these victims had already lost something more valuable than money: trust in themselves. They had believed in a man who promised them the moon, only to be left with nothing but the bitter taste of betrayal. The authorities, meanwhile, were working around the clock to find Luke. They had his last known location traced to a private airport in Los Angeles, where he had boarded a flight to an undisclosed destination. Investigators scoured every lead, following the trail of his bank accounts, his assets, and his associates, but it seemed that Luke had been one step ahead of them at every turn. Luke's ability to disappear was aided by his extensive knowledge of the digital world. He had erased his traces from the internet, using burner phones and encrypted communication methods to stay out of sight. Even his associates, who had helped him set up the fake companies and created the illusion of a thriving business, were either untraceable or unwilling to cooperate with the authorities. In the midst of this chaos, the media continued to feed the public's insatiable curiosity about the man who had deceived so many. Investigative journalists worked tirelessly to uncover the full extent of Luke's fraudulent activities. Some of them managed to track down former employees of Nova Ventures, who shared their stories of a company that had never truly existed beyond the glossy marketing materials and flashy presentations Luke had used to attract investors. These former employees described an atmosphere of constant pressure, where anyone who asked too many questions was quickly silenced. They spoke of Luke's manipulative tactics, his ability to charm anyone into believing in his vision, and his complete disregard for the well-being of others. As the investigation into Luke Davidson continued, a pattern began to emerge. Luke wasn't just a con artist. He was a master manipulator who understood the psychology of trust. He knew that people wanted to believe in something extraordinary, something that would set them apart from the rest of the world. And he knew how to sell that dream, no matter how unrealistic it was. The more the authorities uncovered, the more it became clear that Luke's scam had been years in the making. Nova Ventures had been his final, grand deception, but it was not the first time he had pulled the wool over people's eyes. His earlier failed ventures, which had seemed like simple business misadventures, were actually just practice for his ultimate scheme. Each failure had taught him a little more about what worked and what didn't, about how to control the narrative and keep people believing in him no matter what. The FBI, now armed with an understanding of Luke's modus operandi, began to focus on the international aspect of the case. Luke had used shell companies and offshore accounts to funnel money out of the country, and they knew that if they were going to catch him, they would need to extend their search beyond the borders of the United States. With each passing day, the pressure mounted on the authorities to capture Luke. As more information came to light, the FBI and other federal agencies began working together to trace Luke's financial moves across international borders. Investigators discovered a network of shadow companies that Luke had set up in places like the Cayman Islands and Luxembourg, locations known for their lenient tax laws and strong banking secrecy. Each of these companies appeared legitimate on paper, but was merely another piece in Luke's vast web of deceit. While the investigators were focused on these financial transactions, the victims of Luke's scam began to realize that they weren't just dealing with a financial loss. They had been manipulated psychologically as well. Many of them had shared their deepest dreams and aspirations with Luke, trusting him with personal information and confidences that no one else had known. To them, he wasn't just a businessman, he was a confidant, a mentor, and even a friend. Luke's ability to create this illusion of genuine connection was a testament to how deeply he understood human psychology. One particular victim, Jake Morrison, a high-profile venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, found himself struggling to come to terms with his involvement in the scam. Jake had been one of Luke's first investors, and had even introduced him to a number of other wealthy backers, all of whom had been drawn in by Luke's magnetic charisma. Jake had trusted Luke implicitly, believing that his instincts about people were infallible. He had helped Luke raise millions of dollars for Nova Ventures, and it was only after Luke disappeared that Jake realized just how thoroughly he had been taken in. In the months following Luke's disappearance, Jake spent sleepless nights re-examining every conversation, every deal, and every moment he had shared with Luke. He had been so certain that Luke was the real deal, so convinced that the man he had backed was destined for greatness. But now, Jake had to face the harsh reality that he had been a pawn in Luke's game all along. The shame and guilt were overwhelming. Jake had not only lost his money, but his credibility in the world of venture capital. His colleagues, many of whom had warned him about Luke's flashy, too-good-to-be-true promises, now saw him as a fool. And while Jake was determined to recover from this setback, he knew that the emotional cost of his involvement in the scam would take years to heal. In the meantime, the FBI's investigation took a dramatic turn when they uncovered a set of encrypted emails that seemed to lead directly to Luke. These emails had been sent from a burner account, making it nearly impossible to trace them back to their source. But after painstakingly analyzing the metadata and piecing together the digital trail, agents were able to confirm that these messages had been sent by Luke himself, despite the fact that he had been living under a different identity for months. The emails detailed his plans to establish an entirely new network of businesses under different names, with the goal of continuing his scheme and eventually laundering the millions of dollars he had stolen. Luke had been working tirelessly behind the scenes, plotting his next moves while staying one step ahead of the authorities. As investigators closed in on Luke, they learned that he had developed a reputation for his ability to outsmart law enforcement. He was known to have a vast network of contacts who could help him erase his tracks, and he had used these connections to facilitate his escape from the country. But despite all of his efforts, the walls were beginning to close in. With each passing day, the net grew tighter around him. By the time the authorities had gathered enough evidence to issue an international warrant for Luke's arrest, he had already moved again. They tracked him to a luxury yacht anchored off the coast of Brazil, where he was reportedly living under yet another alias. The yacht, a sleek and sophisticated vessel, was registered in a shell company that was, of course, owned by one of Luke's many fake identities. As agents worked with local authorities in Brazil to apprehend Luke, the clock was ticking. They knew that Luke would stop at nothing to escape, and they also knew that his network of loyal followers might try to intervene. The danger of confronting a man like Luke, who had already shown his ability to deceive and manipulate, was not lost on the authorities. They had no choice but to approach with caution. The final confrontation with Luke, when it came, was a carefully orchestrated operation. Brazilian federal agents, working in conjunction with the FBI, raided the yacht in the dead of night. Luke was taken by surprise, and despite his earlier efforts to plan for every eventuality, he found himself facing a team of agents who were prepared for his tricks. He was arrested and flown back to the United States to stand trial for the countless crimes he had committed. The aftermath of the operation was a mixed bag of emotions for the victims of Nova Ventures. Some felt relief that Luke had been caught, while others remained angry and bitter over the years of deception they had endured. But for many of them, there was a sense of justice in knowing that Luke would finally be held accountable for his actions. Luke's trial was a spectacle. The courtroom was filled with victims who had come to testify about the pain, betrayal, and financial ruin they had suffered at his hands. Jake Morrison, once one of Luke's biggest supporters, was among the first to take the stand. He spoke of the trust he had placed in Luke, of how he had been blindsided by the scale of the fraud. As he recounted the events leading up to the discovery of the scam, he could feel the weight of the shame lifting off his shoulders, though it would take years before he truly healed. When Luke was finally convicted of fraud, conspiracy, and money laundering, he was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. His assets were seized, and efforts to repay his victims began, though most of them knew that the chances of recovering their lost funds were slim. For those who had been caught in his web, life would never be the same. The financial damage was undeniable, but the emotional scars were even more lasting. Trust had been shattered, and the reality that Luke had deceived so many people who had once trusted him as a friend, was a hard pill to swallow. But through the darkness of betrayal came a sense of strength. Many of the victims who had once been humiliated by their involvement in the scam began to speak out, sharing their stories in an effort to warn others about the dangers of blindly trusting someone who promised too much. They became advocates for financial literacy, speaking at conferences and working with organizations that help people protect themselves from similar scams. Though Luke Davidson had succeeded in stealing millions of dollars and ruining countless lives, he had also unwittingly inspired a movement, one that would help prevent future generations from falling prey to the same kinds of manipulation that he had used to build his empire of lies. Case 9. In 2017, a seemingly ordinary man named Tom Henderson made headlines across Utah for an elaborate and devious scam that would leave dozens of victims devastated. Born and raised in Salt Lake City, Tom was known for his charming personality and his apparent dedication to helping others. He was a self-proclaimed financial guru, boasting about his ability to help people become financially independent through high-yield investment opportunities. At first glance, he seemed like any other entrepreneurial type eager to share his knowledge. However, behind his affable exterior lay a mind capable of orchestrating one of the most complicated and manipulative fraud schemes the state had ever seen. Tom had always been a smooth talker. From an early age, he had a knack for making people believe in his abilities, even when his resume was less than impressive. After high school, he attended a local community college but dropped out after just one semester. Rather than pursuing a traditional career, Tom started dabbling in various business ventures, all of which ended in failure. He briefly tried selling insurance, worked as a car salesman, and even briefly worked in real estate, but nothing seemed to stick. It wasn't until he became involved in online forums and investment clubs that his true talents began to shine, not for making money but for convincing others to hand over their own. In 2015, Tom founded a company called Henderson Financial Solutions, promising clients access to exclusive investment opportunities in a variety of markets, including stocks, real estate, and cryptocurrency. The website was sleek, professional, and full of testimonials from individuals who claimed to have profited enormously from Tom's advice. In truth, these testimonials were fabricated, and the investments Tom was touting didn't actually exist. But to anyone who came across his company, it looked legitimate. He was clever in his approach. He marketed himself as a mentor, someone who had learned the hard lessons of financial independence, and was now eager to share his insider knowledge with the world. He hosted seminars, conducted webinars, and even offered one-on-one coaching sessions. These services weren't free, of course. Tom charged exorbitant fees for access to his advice, with prices ranging from hundreds to thousands of dollars, depending on the package a client selected. At first, Tom's business seemed to be flourishing. He built a network of people who trusted him implicitly, some of whom followed him blindly as he painted a picture of wealth, success, and a brighter future for all of them. People would send money to his company, convinced they were investing in a winning strategy. The first few payments to his clients, largely drawn from new investors, seemed to validate his claims, creating a ripple of excitement and intrigue that spread like wildfire. Those who had profited from their initial investments became loyal advocates, recommending Tom's services to friends, family, and colleagues. But unbeknownst to them, Tom was merely creating the illusion of profitability. He wasn't actually investing their money in the markets or any legitimate ventures. Instead, he used the incoming funds from new investors to pay out returns to earlier investors, operating his scam as a classic Ponzi scheme. He spent much of the money he received living a lavish lifestyle, upgrading his home, buying expensive cars, and attending exclusive events. Tom's appearance at these high society gatherings further enhanced his reputation, making him seem even more successful in the eyes of his followers. However, as with all Ponzi schemes, the cracks eventually began to show. By 2017, the number of new investors began to slow down, and Tom found himself struggling to keep up with the payouts. As his personal debts mounted, he became increasingly desperate. Instead of slowing down and admitting his failure, Tom doubled down on his deception. He started offering even higher returns to those willing to invest larger sums of money. He promised to help them make life-changing amounts of money in a short period of time, using language that was both enticing and manipulative. His charm was hard to resist. One of his biggest victims was Angela Stevens, a single mother of two who had been struggling financially for years. Angela had attended one of Tom's seminars and was immediately taken by his persuasive speech and the success stories he shared. Tom spoke of individuals who had gone from living paycheck to owning multiple properties and traveling the world. Angela, desperate to secure a better future for her children, decided to take a chance. She liquidated her small savings account and invested $15,000 in one of Tom's high-yield opportunities. Initially, Angela received small payouts, and Tom's promises of high returns seemed to be coming true. She was hooked, eager to invest even more. Over the course of several months, she sent Tom additional funds, hoping to capitalize on what she thought was her ticket to financial independence. As Tom's success stories continued to flood in, Angela's confidence grew, but she couldn't help but feel an underlying unease. Something didn't feel quite right. At first, Tom's system seemed foolproof. But slowly, Angela began to notice that other investors, people she had met during seminars and online groups, weren't receiving the same returns. Their monthly payouts seemed to be delayed, or in some cases, they received nothing at all. Angela grew concerned and started reaching out to Tom, only to find that he was less responsive. Emails went unanswered, and phone calls went to voicemail. Eventually, Tom disappeared entirely. It wasn't until Angela spoke with a former client of Tom's that the truth began to unravel. The man she spoke with revealed that he, too, had been a victim of Tom's scam. He explained that Tom had convinced him to invest nearly $30,000, only for the money to disappear without a trace. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Angela realized the magnitude of Tom's fraud. She wasn't alone in her loss. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of other victims who had been deceived by Tom's charm and false promises. The authorities soon became involved, and an investigation was launched into Tom's activities. It didn't take long for them to uncover the full scope of his operation. They learned that Tom had been running a Ponzi scheme for over 2 years, using new investors' money to pay returns to older investors while enriching himself along the way. He had amassed a small fortune, but now the walls were closing in. As investigators traced his digital footprint, they found that he had been careful to cover his tracks, using fake names and false documents to hide his true identity. But no amount of subterfuge could keep him hidden forever. As the investigation deepened, law enforcement uncovered startling details about Tom's lifestyle. They discovered that, in addition to the lavish homes and luxury cars, he had maintained a network of fake businesses, bank accounts, and shell companies designed to launder the money he had stolen from unsuspecting investors. Many of these businesses appeared legitimate on the surface, with slick websites and professional branding, but upon further inspection, they turned out to be elaborate facades that existed only to funnel money into Tom's personal coffers. At the same time, investigators learned about the personal toll Tom's scheme had taken on the victims. Angela Stevens, now devastated by her losses, joined a growing group of former clients who had banded together to confront Tom. They filed complaints and shared their stories, many of them expressing feelings of betrayal and self-doubt. How could they have been so easily duped? Some had invested their life savings, while others had borrowed money from family and friends to fund their investments in Tom's false promises. The emotional and financial repercussions of his actions were profound. But Tom was elusive. For several months, he remained on the run, using various aliases and changing locations frequently. He was adept at hiding his tracks, and his ability to blend into different social circles made it hard for authorities to pinpoint his whereabouts. Still, the victims, fueled by anger and a sense of injustice, refused to back down. They formed online support groups, shared information about Tom's past, and spread awareness about his fraudulent activities. As the group grew in numbers, they realized they were not just victims, they were survivors. Together, they became determined to see Tom held accountable for his actions. The breakthrough came when a former associate of Tom's, who had been involved in one of his fake businesses, came forward with crucial information. This person, who had once been a trusted ally of Tom, had begun to suspect something was amiss when the payouts started slowing down. After some investigation of their own, they had come to the same conclusion as the victims. Tom was running a scam. This insider provided the authorities with detailed information about Tom's operations, including his hidden assets, the methods he used to avoid detection, and the names of other individuals who had been involved in his schemes. Armed with this new information, law enforcement closed in on Tom's location. They tracked him down to a small town in northern Utah, where he had been living under a fake name and working as a consultant for a tech company. It wasn't long before a SWAT team raided the home where Tom had been hiding. He was arrested without incident, but the emotional toll on his victims was far from over. Tom Henderson's trial began in early 2018, and it quickly became a media sensation. Victims from all over the country traveled to Utah to testify about their experiences with him. They spoke of their hopes and dreams that had been shattered by his lies, and many openly wept as they recounted the hardship he had caused them. Angela Stevens took the stand, her voice shaking as she explained how Tom's promises had led her to make the hardest financial decision of her life, only to lose everything. She told the jury how she had trusted Tom with her children's future, and how that trust had been shattered. Her testimony was powerful, and it resonated with many in the courtroom. Tom, for his part, showed little remorse during the trial. He sat in the defendant's chair with a smug expression, as if he didn't understand the gravity of his actions. His defense attorney argued that Tom had merely made bad business decisions, and that he was a victim of his own greed, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. In the face of mounting pressure, Tom's attorney eventually advised him to take a plea deal, which would reduce his sentence in exchange for his cooperation. In the end, Tom Henderson pled guilty to multiple counts of fraud, wire fraud, and money laundering. He was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison, a sentence that many of his victims felt was far too lenient given the devastation he had caused. Nonetheless, it was a rare moment of justice in a case that had seemed almost too convoluted to untangle. For Angela Stevens and the other victims, the trial marked the end of a long and painful journey. They had sought accountability, and while it did not restore what they had lost, it brought them a measure of closure. The story of Tom Henderson's rise and fall serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of trusting those who make grandiose promises of wealth and success. His charm and smooth-talking ways had masked the darkest intentions, and countless individuals were left to pick up the pieces of their broken lives. In the end, though, justice prevailed, and those who had been deceived were able to move on, determined to never fall for a scam again. The trial of Tom Henderson was a spectacle, not only for the victims, but for the public at large. News outlets, especially those in Utah, followed the case closely. His arrest and subsequent guilty plea were covered extensively, but what followed in the aftermath was a mixture of emotions. While many hoped his prison sentence would offer them closure, the lingering questions about how such a large-scale scheme could have continued for so long remained unanswered. The years that followed his conviction saw the victims struggling to rebuild their lives. Many had lost their homes, their families, and in some cases their sense of security. For some, the financial loss was only part of the story. They felt betrayed by someone they had trusted, someone who had appeared genuine and even likable. Tom's ability to mask his true intentions was his most insidious trait. He had the charm of a seasoned salesman, the kind of person who could convince anyone of their potential success, while skillfully masking his own desperate attempts to climb a ladder built on deceit. Angela Stevens, who had once stood at the forefront of the victims' fight for justice, struggled to come to terms with the years of emotional turmoil. She had tried to reclaim the financial stability she had lost, but the psychological scars lingered. It was not just the money that hurt, it was the realization that she had been complicit in her own downfall by trusting Tom's false promises. She worked tirelessly to rebuild her career, but it wasn't easy. She had lost more than just wealth. She had lost trust in herself. Every investment she made, every decision she took, was now clouded with doubt. The guilt that weighed on her was something she would have to learn to carry, but with the support of the other victims, she slowly began the long process of healing. As for the other victims, some managed to find peace after the trial. They turned to therapy, support groups, and their own families to help them recover from the damage caused by Tom's manipulation. Yet, many of them were forever changed. The allure of quick money and promises of success had seduced them, and they had learned the hard way that there were no shortcuts in life. They had been burned, but they hoped others would learn from their pain. In the years following his conviction, Tom Henderson's name became synonymous with financial fraud in Utah. His story was discussed in universities, in financial seminars, and among local law enforcement as an example of how far-reaching a con artist's impact could be. His case remained a warning to investors, particularly those who believed in too good to be true opportunities. Financial advisors often reference the Henderson case to caution their clients about the risks of unverified investments and the dangers of placing too much trust in someone's word without verifying the details. While many people had been hurt, the legacy of Tom Henderson's fraud also gave birth to a stronger sense of vigilance in the community. Local authorities started working more closely with federal agencies to identify early signs of financial fraud and catch perpetrators before they could do as much damage. The regulatory systems that were in place were criticized for their inability to catch Tom sooner. But after his case, new methods for identifying fraudulent schemes were implemented. The role of technology in modern-day scams became more apparent, and the use of social media to spread fake investment opportunities was scrutinized more thoroughly. Tom, meanwhile, sat in his prison cell, serving out his 15-year sentence. He had lost everything: the wealth he had once accumulated, the respect of his peers, and the freedom he had once enjoyed. But despite his incarceration, the damage he had caused continued to reverberate through the lives of those he had defrauded. He was left to reflect on the choices he had made and the legacy he would leave behind. Would his name become a cautionary tale, as it was for so many others? Years passed, and Tom's story eventually faded from the front pages of the newspapers. The victims, though forever scarred, moved on with their lives. Some of them even went on to advocate for greater financial literacy, hoping to prevent others from falling into the same trap they had. Angela Stevens, for example, started speaking at local events, teaching people how to recognize scams and make smarter financial decisions. She found strength in helping others avoid the same pitfalls she had once fallen into. The experience had changed her in ways she never could have anticipated. No longer was she the woman who had believed in easy wealth and instant success. She was now someone who understood the value of patience, hard work, and skepticism. Her journey of recovery had been long and filled with setbacks, but she had come out stronger on the other side. And while the wounds inflicted by Tom Henderson's fraud may have healed in some ways, the lessons learned from his crimes continued to resonate. It served as a stark reminder that greed and manipulation could have devastating consequences. Trust, once broken, could take a lifetime to rebuild. Case 10. In 2017, a music festival that promised luxury, exclusive performances, and paradise turned into one of the most infamous scams in modern history. The Fire Festival, promoted by entrepreneur Billy McFarland and rapper Ja Rule, promised a glamorous weekend on the idyllic island of Great Exuma in the Bahamas. The event was marketed as a luxury escape, complete with gourmet meals, private villas, and performances from top artists. The advertising campaign was meticulously crafted, featuring supermodels and influencers posting alluring photos of sun-kissed beaches and lavish accommodations. However, the reality was far from what was promised. When festival goers arrived at the island, they were met with disaster. Instead of private villas, attendees were greeted with FEMA disaster relief tents. The gourmet meals advertised turned out to be sliced bread, cheese, and lettuce served in styrofoam containers. The promised luxury experience quickly turned into a nightmare. McFarland, the festival's organizer, had made a series of reckless and fraudulent decisions to cut costs and inflate the event's appeal. Despite claiming that the festival was sold out and a symbol of exclusivity, McFarland had failed to secure the infrastructure, supplies, or even the proper permits to hold the event. Vendors and contractors were never paid, and attendees were left stranded, many of whom had spent thousands of dollars on tickets, accommodations, and travel expenses. As the situation worsened, McFarland attempted to downplay the disaster, even going so far as to post misleading updates on social media to convince people that everything was fine. but it soon became clear that the event was a total failure. The Fire Festival became a symbol of the dangers of social media-driven hype and the lengths people would go to manipulate their audience for profit. Billy McFarland was arrested and charged with wire fraud and other crimes. In 2018, he was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for defrauding investors and ticket holders out of millions of dollars. His fraudulent scheme had not only damaged the lives of countless individuals, but also tarnished the reputations of those associated with the event. The aftermath of the Fire Festival scam served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of blind trust in social media influencers and the importance of verifying claims before diving into high-stakes ventures. The event's failure also led to changes in how festivals and other events are marketed, with a greater focus on transparency and consumer protection. Following the catastrophic failure of the Fire Festival, the fallout was swift and unforgiving. Social media platforms, which had initially been instrumental in spreading the glamorous vision of the festival, became a powerful tool for the public to voice their frustration and disappointment. Influencers and attendees began posting pictures and videos of their disastrous experiences, showing the reality of the situation. Tents without air conditioning, mattresses scattered across dirt fields, and chaos that contrasted sharply with the glitzy promotional materials that had enticed so many to purchase tickets. In the wake of the disaster, a wave of lawsuits flooded the court system. Attendees demanded refunds for their tickets, which had ranged from $1,000 to $12,000, depending on the level of luxury they were promised. Some individuals, who had paid extra for VIP experiences, sought even more in compensation. Businesses and contractors who had been promised payment for their services also took legal action, adding to the growing list of victims in what many had dubbed the fire fraud. Billy McFarland's actions, while intentional, had far-reaching consequences. Not only did he deceive thousands of attendees, but he also defrauded investors and business partners out of millions. The Fire Festival was supposed to be a groundbreaking event that would redefine the world of music festivals, blending luxury and exclusivity with world-class entertainment. Instead, it became a cautionary tale about greed, mismanagement, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. In 2018, McFarland was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for wire fraud and related crimes. The judge ruled that McFarland had lied to investors and customers, knowingly falsifying information to secure millions of dollars. The case was a stark reminder of the importance of due diligence and honesty in business transactions. The aftermath of the Fire Festival also left a lasting mark on the music festival industry. Organizers, promoters, and performers became more cautious about their marketing tactics. The disastrous event prompted heightened scrutiny of the festivals and events being advertised, and many companies began implementing stricter guidelines for event marketing, promising greater transparency and accountability. Despite the legal consequences, McFarland's rise and fall would continue to generate media attention. Documentaries, books, and articles about the scandal emerged, offering varying perspectives on what went wrong and how it could have been avoided. The Fire Festival was discussed as a textbook example of how social media and influencer marketing could be weaponized for fraudulent purposes, and how public perception could be manipulated with curated imagery and messages. McFarland himself became a controversial figure. Some saw him as a naive entrepreneur who was in over his head, while others viewed him as a deliberate fraudster. In interviews, McFarland admitted to making mistakes, though he maintained that he had never intended to deceive anyone. His inability to accept full responsibility for the disaster left many feeling that justice had not been entirely served, despite his prison sentence. For the victims, however, the damage was deeper than just financial loss. Many felt humiliated by the experience. The Fire Festival had not just been a failed event. It had been a public spectacle, a story that was shared and ridiculed across the internet. People who had trusted the promises of luxury found themselves in the middle of a chaotic, almost dystopian scenario. The trauma was real, and for some, the scars of the experience would linger long after the media attention had faded. On the other hand, some of the festival goers found solace in coming together as a community. Online groups and forums popped up where they could share their experiences, vent their frustrations, and for some, even find humor in the absurdity of what they had endured. For many, the shared experience of surviving the Fire Festival became a unique bond that helped them cope with the fallout. In the years following the Fire Festival's failure, a stronger emphasis was placed on transparency in marketing, particularly in the luxury event space. The Fire Festival had revealed the dangers of overhyped promotional content and the risks of selling an image rather than an actual experience. People became more cautious of promises that seemed too good to be true, especially when backed by influencers and celebrities whose motives were not always clear. Billy McFarland's name, once synonymous with ambition and success, had become forever linked to one of the greatest frauds of the decade. His story served as a reminder of the dark side of influencer culture and the lengths to which some would go to achieve fame and fortune, no matter the cost.